Motorsports. Please welcome Chief Retail Officer at Dollar Tree, Jossie Conrad.
All right, we need some energy here to push these clouds out of here.
Yeah! You ready? Racing fans, are you ready? And we're here for the greatest words in motorsports. Drivers, start your engines! And welcome, racing fans, to Tim Reynolds' show for this live play-by-play and reaction for the 2026 NASCAR Cup Series race at New Hampshire Motor Speedway for the Dollar Tree 301. And ladies and gentlemen, we've got the rain tires on these NASCAR Cup Series cars as we get ready to take these race cars wet racetrack racing. Are you kidding me? It's not very often that we see NASCAR Cup Series put the rain tires on, and now we'll see these Cup Series drivers battle it out on a wet racetrack here at New Hampshire Motor Speedway. They call it the paperclip, and let's get ready for short track racing here in the NASCAR Cup Series. And welcome, racing fans and NASCAR fans, to one of the most electrifying sports entertainment channels on YouTube today. This is Tim Reynolds' show. Now let's go. Hope you guys are ready for what should be an electrifying and exciting race here today. How's everybody doing in the chat? Hope everybody is doing well. Oh man, missing my hat. Hold on, gotta grab the hat for the stream. Where are we at? Where are we at? Where are we at? There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. All right. Hope everybody's doing good. Thank you, everybody, hanging out here on Tim Reynolds' show.
I can't leave without a kiss.
Miss Reynolds needs a kiss.
I love you.
Love you too. Go miss you.
Miss you too.
Have a good day.
Hi, y'all. Happy race day. Have fun. Love you.
Love you, baby. All right, guys, as we get ready to get into our little preview here, we'll get the starting lineup going as we just got the most famous words in motorsports. All right, there we go. Looking good. What's up, Miles? One of the first people in the chat here with us today. And guys, how you like the new setup, man? You know, got Dale Earnhardt Jr. poster up there, or I should say board. And then we got the poster here for Dale Earnhardt Sr. and Dale Earnhardt Jr. You know, try to spice things up, mix it up a little bit here. So appreciate you guys hanging out on Tim Reynolds' show. All right, so let's get right into it here, ladies and gentlemen. Hope everybody's doing good. You see the cars already on the racetrack. And Tyler Reddick will start out on the pole position here for 2311 Racing in the number 45 Toyota. And also on the front row, Josh Berry, the driver of the number 21 Ford Mustang for the Wood Brothers, qualifies second here in this one. William Byron in the number 24 Chevy qualifies third here at New Hampshire Motor Speedway. And Danny Hamlin, who knows this track very well, qualified fourth here in the number 11 Toyota for Joe Gibbs Racing. We see SVG Shane Van Gisbergen qualifies top 5 here in the number 97 Chevrolet. A great qualifying spot for him in that number 97 Chevy for Trackhouse Racing. Rodney Hood, what's up, man? Made it home from New Hampshire. Heck yeah, Rodney, why aren't you watching the race, dude? All right, here we go, guys. Christopher Bell qualifying 6th here in the number 20 Toyota for Joe Gibbs Racing. Ty Gibbs, who's been really good on short tracks this year, qualifies 7th here in the number 54 Toyota. We see Ryan Blaney qualifying 8th here in the number 12 Ford Mustang for Team Penske. We also see Kyle Larson, who really needs a win. The reigning defending Cup Series champion, looking for his first win of the year. As we see here, Kyle Larson qualifies 9th in the number 5 Chevrolet for Hendrick Motorsports. Alex Bowman rounds out the top 10 here, qualifying the number 48 Chevrolet for Hendrick Motorsports inside the top 10. Eric Jones in the number 43 Toyota qualifying 11th here. Ross Chastain qualifying 12th in the number 1 Chevrolet. And how about Kyle Larson? 12 top 10 finishes this season, but only 1 top 10 finish for the number 5 Chevrolet racing team in the last 5 races. Yo, Alfie, what's up, man? 79 cents. Well, thank you very much, Alfie. I appreciate that super chat here to kick things off, man. Thank you, brother. Zilich and SVG, wet tires, Logano for the win, says Miles, is my guess. Okay, I guess with these wet tires, guys, you never know what to expect. And Christopher Bell, 6 starts here in his career at New Hampshire, 2 wins, 3 top 5s, and 4 top 10s with an average finish of 11th place for Christopher Bell, who did qualify inside the top 10 here. So Bell is a serious contender to win here at New Hampshire Motor Speedway. Todd Gilliland qualifies 13th here in the number 34 Ford Mustang, and his teammate Zane Smith qualifying 14th in the number 38 Ford Mustang. Michael McDowell rounds out the top 15 in the number 71 Chevrolet. Chris Buescher here qualifying 17th in the number 16th in the number 17 Ford Mustang, as we see Ty Gibbs 10 top 5 finishes this season, 4 top 5 finishes in the last 7 races, as Ty Gibbs is starting to heat up here with only 2 races left. After this one, only 1 race left into the chase for the 2026 NASCAR Cup Series Championship. All right, guys, you see here Chase Briscoe qualifies 17th here in the number 19 Toyota. Ryan Preece qualifies 18th here in the number 16 Ford Mustang. Noah Grayson qualifying 19th in the number 4 Ford Mustang. And Connor Zilich rounds out the top 20 here in the number 88 Chevrolet for Trackhouse Racing. Joey Logano qualifies 21st here in the number 22 Ford Mustang for Team Penske. Carson Hocevar in the number 77 Chevrolet qualifies 22nd here. Bubba Wallace in the number 23 Toyota for 2311 Racing qualifies 23rd. And AJ Allmendinger in the number 16 Chevrolet qualifying 24th here. Brad Keselowski in the number 6 Ford Mustang gets a 25th qualifying position here to start this race at New Hampshire. We see Austin Cindric in the number 2 Ford Mustang for Team Penske qualifying 26th here in this one. Riley Herbst in the number 35 Toyota qualifying 27th. Austin Hill qualifies 28th in the number 33 Chevrolet for Richard Childress Racing. Chase Elliott, a tough qualifying position for him, and the number 9 Chevrolet Racing Team for Hendrick Motorsports as he qualifies 29th here. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. qualifies 30th in the number 47 Chevrolet. We see John Hunter Nemechek in the number 40 Toyota for the 40th anniversary of Dollar Tree. We see there he qualifies 31st here. Cole Custer qualifying 32nd in the number 41 Chevrolet. Ty Dillon qualifying 33rd in the number 10 Chevy. Austin Dillon qualifying 34th here in the number 3 Chevrolet. Daniel Suarez qualifying 35th in the number 7 Chevy, and Cody Ware rounds out your starting lineup here, 36th in the number 51 Chevrolet. So there's your starting lineup here, guys, as we get ready to go racing here at New Hampshire Motor Speedway. Make sure you guys please hit that like button and subscribe to one of the most electrifying sports entertainment channels on YouTube today. It's Tim Reynolds Show. Now let's go. And ladies and gentlemen, we've already got a car spinning out. Carson Hocevar in the number 77 Chevrolet, trying to warm up the tires, and he ends up spinning out that race car.
It's way up high, but I've seen several drivers up there and just tried to throttle up and understand how much grip he had, and around it goes. That will give NASCAR a little bit of hesitation to drop the green flag right now. This rain.
So, guys, already with number 77 spinning around, I think NASCAR is probably going to have to send the wet trucks out there to get some of this water off the racetrack. Hocevar had no idea that that car was going to be coming around the way that it did, but now because of the weather, we've already got cars slipping and sliding. All right, hope we're doing, man. Would have done more, but I'm low on money. Alfie, listen, man, if you're low on money, don't feel obligated to have to donate or do the super chat. But, man, Alfie, I appreciate you, dude, man. It's just awesome having you here. Hey, guys, looks like the drivers are going to come back down pit lane, and they're going to try to dry the track more. So we are going to be delayed here on the start, guys. You see the weather coming through right now. It should clear up within the next few minutes, I think. But now we're going to have a delay here before we get things started. 0.79 in British pounds is actually 108 US. Okay, thanks, Alfie. And Robert's in the chat. One of our longtime members here on Tim Reynolds Show. What's up, man? Shout out to Rodney Hood as well, one of our members hanging out here. I'm watching it at home. We wanted to beat traffic home. Well, Rodney, I definitely understand that, buddy. Miles, what's up, brother? Hope you're doing good. And shout out to Alfie here already with our first super chat of the day. As a matter of fact, we better get a super chat goal going here, because why not?
Different attitudes. Kyle Larson's like, let's just go. And I think what's difficult is Stevie did a great job of explaining, the idea with these tires was to be able to get on track sooner, not necessarily with falling rain. And it's actually raining pretty hard right now. So I think everybody was a little surprised that NASCAR was going to drop the green flag with a falling rain. And I do think they sent the drivers out there to give some impact, give some input into what the track conditions are. NASCAR listened to that. Then we saw Hosbar spin out off of turn 4. All those things collectively, they said, hey, now's not the time. It's not going to rain for long. Let's sit this out for just a minute. And they're all in their they're not getting out of their cars. Tires already on the cars. They can get going back really quickly once the rain either stops or slows.
All right, there you go, guys. We've got our new
pretty abruptly.
super chat goal started, and the drivers will sit in their cars and wait for the rain to calm down a little bit before we drop the green flag here for the NASCAR Cup Series race. The Dollar Tree 301 here for the NASCAR Cup Series at New Hampshire Motor Speedway.
Discipline and excellence. Built and tested and proven on the track. And upheld everything that comes off the line.
Miles going to be a good one today, wet or dry. Absolutely agree with you there, Robert. This racetrack, New Hampshire Motor Speedway, brings out some of the most exciting racing you will see in NASCAR. This track is pretty tricky. No high bankings. It's kind of really flat throughout the racetrack, and you kind of see here, guys, as we go over it here on Tim Reynolds Show, looking at the racetrack layout here, guys, okay? I call this one, I think they used to call it the paper clip because of how long the straightaways are and then how much of the turning you have here. But the turns are so flat. We're talking about some of the most flattest surface that you can get in NASCAR's Cup Series here with this one. As a matter of fact, I'm going to look that up on my phone and give you guys some track details here for New Hampshire Motor Speedway. NASCAR's New Hampshire Motor Speedway. All right, guys, so the New Hampshire Motor Speedway is a 1 mile, 1.058 mile oval racetrack located in Loudon, New Hampshire, also famously nicknamed the Magic Mile.
We've seen them in the O'Reilly series for many years.
So talking about the
competition here at Loudon,
wet tires here.
On the tracks like Richmond and North Wilkesboro. And they've actually been tested on the high banks of Homestead Miami Speedway. Who knows, maybe, just maybe one day, we'll see them on tracks like that with a little bit of drizzle. But the biggest challenge isn't the performance of these Goodyear inclement weather tires, it's actually the visibility for the drivers, meaning the drivers lose sight way faster than these things lose grip.
So interesting, man, about the tires there. Alfie! Welcome, brother! Well! Big shout out to Alfie Phillips. He is now a member here on Tim Reynolds Show. Welcome, Alfie, to the community, brother. Heck yeah! Big shout out, man. I can't believe it. Alfie's been with us for years here on Tim Reynolds Show, and finally we get him to sign up for a membership. Let's go! Heck yeah, Alfie. Appreciate you, man. All right, guys, as we wait for the green flag to come out here as the rain passes through, New Hampshire Motor Speedway, also famously nicknamed the Magic Mile, is a 1.058-mile oval track located in London, New Hampshire. It's a multi-use facility that accommodates about 100,000 fans and hosts New England's only NASCAR Cup Series race weekend. We see here, guys, in this one, the Dollar General 301, we will see the wet tires come out, but NASCAR wants to get the track dried a little bit more before we get racing here at New Hampshire.
Mates Ryan Blaney, Joey Logano gave us some time, spoke to the media here in Loudon, and Ryan Blaney said, I actually hope it rains tomorrow. I think that'll be kind of exciting. But Joey Logano said, no, I don't want it to rain. No chance. So let's dial up the man who won last weekend in Richmond, Joey Logano, and hear his thoughts today, Jeff.
Hey, Joey, guys up in the USA booth, are you awake?
I can't see much in here, but I'm awake. What's up?
Well, we were just wondering what those pace laps were like.
Well, for a host so far, it seems to be pretty entertaining. For him, I got a front row view. I'm sure the pace car driver enjoyed it as well. But,
And Alfie with another $2 super chat here. Dude, Alfie, appreciate you, man. Can't beat those Toyotas on a flat track, says Robert Grice. What's up, Robert? Welcome to the chat, man. And yeah, guys, a really interesting race ahead of us here.
What you've learned about these wet tires in the amount of time that you have run them.
Well, it's not that often that we're on them, so it's a bit of an educated guess on how much we want to adjust the balance of the car and staggers. Quite a bit different than what we have with the flicks. So trying to hit the adjustment right, and then looking at the lines of the last time we were here and we raced in the rain, where those guys were. Unfortunately, we were kind of tore up, so we didn't really get to learn a whole bunch at that moment. But we watched some of it this morning and just trying to see where the fast cars were at, some of the things that they were doing, and we're going to have to play in the rain here for a little bit. So I think it's about keeping track position, getting some track position, but making sure you still got a car to race with when it dries out.
Some drivers love it, some drivers hate it. Where do you stand?
Better learn to love it. Don't have an option.
There you go. Good luck today. Have fun. We'll be watching.
All righty. Thank you.
Couple things right
So,
there.
guys, last week's winner, Joey Logano, talking to the commentators here as we wait to get things started, waiting for the green flag to drop with the rain coming down. The wet tires are already on the cars here as we get ready to go racing.
Both sides are very similar inside. They're meant for road courses, so therefore the car itself doesn't want to.
All right, so first race here was in 1993. We see Robert in the chat letting us know. Won by Rusty Wallace, a Penske driver. My pick for today is Ryan Blaney, the driver of the number 12 Ford Mustang, another Penske driver. Joey Logano is my dark horse. And Robert, it does not surprise me that you're going with one of those two guys. Penske tends to race very well here at New Hampshire Motor Speedway, also known as the Magic Mile. But also look out for Christopher Bell. He has raced very well here at New Hampshire Motor Speedway, but you also can't rule out Denny Hamlin, who does pretty well at these flat, short tracks like we're seeing here. And I don't really even know if you can call this a short track, but it is just over a mile. So we'll see here, guys. Right now, going over some more details here. The shape, it's a flat 1 mile, just over 1 mile, 4-turn oval layout with minimal banking ranging from 2 to 7 degrees in those corners. So guys, I mean, one of the flattest racetracks that we'll race on all year long. The strategy here with the lack of high banking, we will see we see this one with the lack of high banking. This racetrack actually mirrors a short track racetrack. Passing is notoriously difficult here, and placing a premium on track position, handling, and pitch strategy here in this one. As you see here, looks like NASCAR looking at the last time we raced here in the rain.
The racetrack even more. And I think what's hard for me is that what if you just overstep your bounds a little bit and the car gets sideways? We just saw how fast that car came around. But one thing we know about these drivers, they won't sit around and wait. They will, when the green flag drops, they will just see that as an opportunity to gain positions, and they will start aggressive driving right from the start.
Yep, so the drivers here in the Cup Series not afraid of a little rain, and they'll get aggressive if they need to here. We also see the tradition is the winner of this Cup Series race at New Hampshire Motor Speedway is historically awarded with a giant live New England lobster in victory lane. So pretty famous here for their lobsters in New England. So NASCAR's got the dryers out right now as they try to get this track raceable.
Let's talk more about the 97 with Kim Kuhn.
And Diff, don't forget, he led 15 laps earlier this year on wet weather tires at Bowman Gray, catching up with his crew chief, Stephen Doran. Now, liking racing in the rain is very different than being good at it. If you talk to Shane, doesn't prefer to race in the rain. However, you told me you would welcome the wet weather. How optimistic are you about what your driver do in these conditions?
Yeah, like you said, he doesn't love it, but he's good at it, and he's done more of it than most of these guys. So I feel good about racing in the rain. It seems like we're going to do it for a little bit, and then it's going to clear out, and we'll have a pretty normal race after that.
Starting 5th today, as you think about last year's race here, run over 100 laps in the top 10 and at one point in the top 5 before getting caught up in a wreck. Where would you rank your ability here in terms of this possibly being Shane's first oval win?
Yeah, I think there's a chance. I think our car's a little better than it was last year, and like you said, we were competitive last year, so I think we'll be good in the wet and dry. Yeah, I'd love to think we could get our first win here on the oval.
And then finally, last in the chase standings, but plus 52 races to go. With that in mind, what's the goal today, and then how that's going to affect how you head into Daytona next week?
Yeah, I think the goal is to leave with at least as much buffer as we have right now. Going into Daytona next week is never fun when you're on that bubble spot, but if we had the buffer we have now, I feel pretty decent about it.
Good luck today.
Thank you.
That's Stephen Doran, crew chief. SVG on.
So, guys, the crew chief for SVG talking there. And, guys, remember, Shane Van Gisbergen is the last driver above the cut line for the chase for the 2026 NASCAR Cup Series Championship. So, he'll need a good finish here to help everybody out as they head to Daytona next weekend for what should be a pretty chaotic race to end the season.
We'll be good to go. What do you
And
think
Billy
of the
Scott,
drivers' prospects in
crew
the wet
chief
weather
for Tyler
racing,
Reddick.
the first part of this race, let's say, on the wets?
Well, certainly like our starting position being in clean air. So, good. Yeah, ready to get going and plan on leading under any condition.
I think that's one of the keys, right? Because visibility is the other thing other than the grip of the tires on the track. So, surely that pole run yesterday, you're like, okay, I know this is a possibility. That was awesome.
Yes, that certainly like to go into the race at any point knowing you have speed, but like you said, to be up front, out of the mist when we eventually get going is going to be very helpful.
We never saw this coming because practice was such a struggle. It sounded like on the radio for Tyler. So what did you know about the 45 car that thought, well, he might be able to qualify up front, but maybe even surprised by the pole?
Yeah, maybe a little bit surprised, but you know, it's so hard to tell now with multiple tire sets and everybody going out. And
all right, guys. So yeah, answering the question here for Robert Grace in there. Grice, excuse me. Yeah, so stage 1 will be 70 laps. And then we'll also get, it looks like another 70, excuse me. No, actually, so 105? Yeah, so the first stage will be 70 laps. The second stage will be 105 laps. And then we'll see, let's see, a little 125 laps, it looks like. For the final stage. So stage 1, again, guys, 70 laps. Stage 2 will be just over 100 laps and 125 laps for the final stage here in this one. All right, guys, and remember, Denny Hamlin, Ryan Blaney, Ty Gibbs, Tyler Reddick, Chase Briscoe, Chase Elliott, and Christopher Bell have all clinched spots in the chase for the 2026 NASCAR Cup Series Championship. So Larson at 8th and all the way to SVG at 16th are the last guys there in the chase that still need to clinch their spots, and they'll hopefully be able to do that here today. You see Chase Briscoe taking a little nap there in his driver's seat as they wait to see the action here. Thank you, guys. And yeah, Robert, so as far as I know, they should be doing all 3 stages. Now, the only way we wouldn't see that is if the rain comes back, which is not expected, and we get at least halfway through the race. They'll call the race if the rain comes back and sort of like makes us have to go to the red flag. So, yeah. Denny also has marriage phobia. 3 kids with Jordan, but still not locked her down. They engaged, so at least Jordan got a ring. Denny maybe gets his ring this year. We'll see. We'll see there, Robert. I kind of know what you said, though, there, with him not winning a ring yet, right? So, Denny Hamlin just really trying to grab that elusive NASCAR Cup Series championship that he has yet to win, with over 60 wins and one of the best drivers in NASCAR's Cup Series history. We'll see if Denny Hamlin this year, hopefully clinching that #1 seed here after this weekend, can find a way to win the championship this year. I think Denny Hamlin really has a shot. Tim, how you doing? Alfie, I'm doing great, man, and I'm doing a lot better since you joined our community, man. Alfie, big shout out to you, brother. How are you doing here on this beautiful Sunday? And Miles Witzka, it burns, burns, burns like the ring of fire. There you go, Miles, breaking out the Johnny Cash. Let's go, man. Heck yeah, look at that. Robert welcoming Alfie aboard here as we're still waiting to get the track dried enough for NASCAR to start getting these drivers back out on the racetrack.
I will say, when you look at the standings on the left side, just to put some context to it, around 75 points is maximum, 76 with the fastest lap. So, when you look at 50 points behind, it's not insurmountable, but it is a big gap. So Denny Hamlin should, barring a major issue, lock up the #1 seed today. We should have a bunch more probably lock in, but I don't think it'll be all decided. And Jeff, to your point, when you look over here and what it means to move up and down the standings, the battles within the chase standings.
Heck yeah, Alfie, let's go, man.
Maybe even more fascinating than the 15th or 16th spot. It's the title contenders, which I think Larson, Logano, those names, where do they reset here in a couple weeks?
I would also say that if you look at what Tyler Reddick did at the start of the year, it shows you how many points that you can gain to the leader. If you look at what Denny Hamlin has done in cutting that lead and then surpassing Tyler Reddick, that shows you can get it done. If you look at what this guy, Joey Logano, has done the last 5 races, cutting points out of that lead. When the year started, we kind of said, if you're not top 5, top 6, you're probably not going to win the championship. But those 3 drivers have showed me that you can do it. Now, you got to be really good, and you got to have a little help from the people around you. But if you enter this 7th, 8th, 9th, and you go do your job, you can still win this championship.
All right, guys, as we wait to get the race started, don't forget to please hit that like button and subscribe to the channel.
Recent races and watch the 22 of Joey Logano as he climbs. And the last 2 races have been rugged for Carson Hocevar. For Tyler Reddick, it's been a little up and down the last half dozen, but it's been the ascent.
So Hocevar's lost 6 spots, down to 11th. Joey Logano's gained 4 spots up to 9th and extended his championship lead by more than 31 points after Richmond. So Denny Hamlin, unless he crashes out here, should clinch the #1 seed in the regular season with a decent finish here today.
Points accumulation yesterday. Christopher Bell said stage points at this stage are mission.
So Joey Logano in the last 6 races, 2 wins, 4 top 10 finishes, and he's led 419 laps. He's also moved from 20th to 9th in the point standings in just the last 6 races. So congratulations there to Joey Logano. And now we wait, guys, as we're back at commercial break. All right, let's not repeat 2021 New Hampshire dry the track, right? Yeah, they were showing 2024 was the last time we raced here in the wet rain with the rain tires. But yeah, 2021, I think I remember what race you're talking about, Robert, and it was not pretty. If I remember correctly, I think that was the year where we first tried to race with those rain tires, and unfortunately, it led to a lot of drivers getting very upset because I think they didn't bring the cars in quick enough to get the rain tires when rain started falling down, and you seen like everybody out in front get loose and sort of wreck, like almost everybody in the top 10 like wrecked. I think if that's the same race that we're talking about here, Robert. All right, hope everybody's doing well. Guys, if you have any questions, any shout-outs, any racing questions, NASCAR questions, guys, hit me up in the live stream. Right now, we've got to wait for this race to start, so might as well get your questions in now. Let's interact a little bit, and I'd be happy to answer your guys' questions. You can also ask me other sports questions if you guys feel like it. Let's just keep the chat going here, and let's all stay interacting with one another, and hopefully we'll get this race here started pretty soon. KB bumped the pace car. Oh, okay. I think I remember what you're talking about now there, Robert. Is Chase Elliott in the top 15 in the chase? And do you know if a good qualifying effort is important on this 1 mile track? Robert Grice, great question there, 7663. Yeah, for me, man, this racetrack is tough to pass on. So qualifying good, making sure you have a really good race strategy, and obviously track position is going to be very key here at New Hampshire. Now, as far as where Chase Elliott is right now, he's not looking very good as far as his starting position, 29th. So he's going to need some help here, going to need a good pit strategy to try to get that number 9 Chevrolet up front. But I do believe he's in the chase standings right now. Let's see here. If I can try to find, here, I'll look on my phone. So that way I can give you guys the updated standings. Okay. So yeah, we just seen him on there a little bit ago. So yeah, guys, actually, believe it or not, Chase Elliott was the last driver to clinch a spot in the chase for the 2026 NASCAR Cup Series Championship. Now, where he'll be seated is yet to be determined. Right now, Chase Elliott sits in the 6th place position as far as in the NASCAR Cup Series point standings. So we'll see here with a couple of good finishes, especially if he wins one of these 2 last races, we could see Chase Elliott get inside the top 5, maybe even the top 4 here to clinch a seed there inside the top 5 or top 4 before we get to the chase. Remember, guys, we've got this race and next week's race at Daytona left in the regular season before we get to the chase for the Cup Series Championship. Excuse me. Alfie says, Tim, I got to go. Might be back later. All right, Alfie. Appreciate you, man. And there's the 2025 New Hampshire winner, led 116 laps, is Ryan Blaney, the driver of the number 12 Ford Mustang. He was the winner of Stage 1 and Stage 2 in that race last year, so dominated. And now we'll see if Ryan Blaney's got a chance here today. Looks like Robert was right on point with his selections here today. All right, big shout out. Hey, Robert Grice, appreciate you, man, with the question there. Hope I did a good job of answering it for you with my track knowledge. Peace out, Alfie. How'd the Bucks look yesterday? You ready for the regular season? Miles, the backups looked pretty good. We see Ryan Blaney with 16 top 10 finishes this year. That's tied for the most this season with Denny Hamlin. So, guys, with that said, yeah, as far as my Tampa Bay Buccaneers, looking pretty decent. I am happy to see the young secondary really stepping up in these first couple of preseason games. The pass rush looks a lot better, but I'm not 5 of the starting linemen yet. We'll probably see that in the regular season first game before we even get to... We probably won't see that in the final preseason here. Thank you for your question, Miles. And always, guys, make sure you please hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. Cars here, guys, and we are moments away from getting things started.
We watched on TV came here. It was a little bit of an endorsement to the New England area that your fandom of racing is being supported, that the biggest stock car series in the country is going to travel all the way up to New England, a long ways from North Carolina. And it's been magical ever since. And we've had 1 race and 2 races. And I will tell you, even though it's down to 1, it hasn't dampened the spirits of the fans. They were here this morning. The fans are packed in this place. And they love to see guys like Joey Logano. Got his first career win here as a youngster.
Yeah.
Still a little bitter. Second that day. Not to blame poor Joey. But, you know, it's something about it. It's just great. It's so awesome. It's a really hardy sports town. But it's so awesome if you're a race fan. You want to see the best of the best, and that's what they're getting ready to see put on display.
All right, guys, as we get ready to get the drivers back out on the racetrack, make sure you guys please hit that like button and subscribe.
It's a different attitude. Everybody was so friendly. They loved you being here.
So not much to go over here yet, guys. Just waiting to get to the start of the race here at the Magic Mile.
Today, after all of these years, you know, it was 1990. When we ran that race, it still feels the same. It still feels like enthusiasm, excitement. Race fans, there's a lot of them up here. It's just fun coming here. It's a great atmosphere.
Folks, Jeff is being very humble. He's a 4-time Cup Series winner here. Why were you so good at the Magic Mile?
That's a great question. I number 1, I drove really good race cars, but number 2, I think some drivers just find racetracks that they're comfortable with. This is a very unique racetrack. It's I thought you were rewarded for driving in the corner really hard and then, leaving the corner. Center of the corner speed matters, but it was more entry and exit at this racetrack, and that kind of suited my driving style.
Really great history. It's a really great place. Passionate fans. And this race today plays a very important role in the big scheme of things with the chase looming. One regular series race, season race left after today, and that's next weekend at the World Center of Racing, Daytona International Speedway. Daytona,
that's right, guys. Daytona next week.
Whoa! Chaos! Let's go. Teamwork, baby! Yeah! Woo! Harrison Burton wins in Daytona! Ryan Blaney's gonna do it! Oh, yeah. Go, boy!
That's right, guys. Next Saturday night at 7 p.m., we will be live here on Tim Reynolds Show. Oh, yeah.
Sugar 400. This is the current scene here in New Hampshire with that water being pushed off the track, wet weather tyres on the Cup cars. And as you heard Ryan Blaney, the defending race winner, say, we're going to be rolling here soon. All the covers are off the cars. Drivers stayed in their respective vehicles, and we get ready to roll when we come back.
All right, guys, so we see here that John Hunter Nemechek for Legacy Motor Club will be racing in the number 40 Toyota here today in honor of Dollar Tree. Can't hear a mic check, mic check. Miles, you got your volume turned up, man? All right, guys, so we see here that John Hunter Nemechek all right, looks like it's working. Yep, mic's working there, Miles, as far as I know. So hopefully everything's running good on your end there, brother. All right, hey, appreciate everybody hanging out here on Tim Reynolds Show. Don't forget to please hit that like button and subscribe, and make sure you share this live stream with your family and friends. It's lagging 10 seconds on my screen. Okay. Well, lag is normal, unfortunately. It is what it is.
What we're about to do is not a good idea. I mean, it's a really slick. What do you think about the track? I think it's fine.
Let the game of chicken begin. Christopher Bell, he dirt tracks his way through the corner.
Caution, big crash. No, we're just lost it. What do you think was going to happen? Just bob it up in there.
Christopher Bell again gets a jump.
Clear by 5.
In near darkness on a damn racetrack, he sweeps the weekend. Who will it be today? Who has the opportunity? And who will perform best on a wet racetrack with these wet weather tires on?
And what's fascinating to me, Diff, is that race we just showed kind of concluded on the wet. We were trying to finish a race. So the aggression was very high because it was to the pay window. This is the exact opposite. We're getting it rolling. So if you're Tyler Reddick or Josh Berry, William Byron, what are you willing to risk to keep track position? You don't want to give it up, but you also don't want to end your day with a mistake. Denny Hamlin is not a guy for wet weather. He's very vocal about it. It's not his cup of tea. Where if you look at the back of the field, where is there an opportunity somebody to get some track position? Because I feel in my heart of hearts, this thing is going to be won and finished on slicks, on a dry racetrack, a few hours from now. This track will drive very quickly once these cars get going.
For you Josh Berry fans, in the Wood Brothers 21, Dare to Dream. It's Josh's best track on the schedule. We have documented it.
This track opened in 1990 when Bob Bear, a businessman from Maine, bought the old Bear Motorsports Park, sold in 2007 to SMI, owned by the Smith family. Well, thank you there, Robert M., with some interesting news there. Do you know why Chase Elliott's starting 29th? So, Robert, as far as I know, man, unfortunately, Elliott was not very good in practice or in qualifying. I don't think there was some unapproved adjustment or something that they had to make to go to the back of the field. They have not mentioned that yet today. So it just looks like a bad qualifying position there for Chase Elliott in the number 9 Chevrolet team.
He's been on a roll. Yeah, he's at 3 top 10s. Looking for his 4th. This is his best racetrack. And for a guy like him, I think this is where it gets even more difficult, right? He's not going to make the chase. It's not going to happen. How does he approach this? Because the only thing that matters to him is showing everybody what he can do. So how aggressive is he? It's interesting to me, in every race, there's different. You always think everybody's here just to win the race. That's not always true. Not everybody has race-winning speed. What is your objective today? Josh Berry's objective from now and the end of the year is show the world that he belongs here. This is where he wants to be.
That's what he's been doing lately.
Correct.
Yeah. The Air Titans track dryers are leaving the racing circuit. That is a great sign. The Toyota Camry XSE is out front.
All right, guys, so we get ready. Pace cars out. Drivers are rolling around the racetrack right now.
Not all drivers will be excited about the prospect of racing on the wets, but it's going to be interesting to say the least.
I know Joey Logano's answer is kind of the blueprint to how he has become a 3-time champ, which is, it doesn't matter if I like it or I love it. I appreciate you asking that question, but I have no choice, so I'm going to learn to love it. And I think that's the mentality you have to have in this situation. It's very easy to get grumpy, and you don't want to have to go do this, but you have to find
very
a way
easy to get grumpy.
Your starting position, driver of the 11 Denny.
Hey, cheers, guys. Thanks for hanging out with us here on Tim Reynolds Show. A little bit of a rain delay, but we're about to get started with racing.
Dry line is good. Just have a trouble seeing it. So if you see something forming, just let me know. Keep up with it.
That is such an interesting comment from Denny Hamlin, because what is so obvious from up here in the booth and also on cameras is you can't see an overall picture of what the racetrack is, because you're looking at it in a completely different perspective. Denny Hamlin is talking about when he's looking for dry racetrack, it is hard for him to see it. So he needs a spotter to be looking to use that point of view to say, hey, 3rd lane, 2nd lane, this corner, where to go to find that dry conditions. That's, Steve, in my opinion, that's one of the biggest evolutions in this type of racing is the involvement in the spotter. He no longer just sits up there and says, wreck in turn 2. He is an integral part of what goes on the racetrack.
And if you've never watched racing in the rain of any sorts, road course or ovals, one thing remains the same. Watch these 2 cars right here. The 45 is all the way at the grass. The 21 is way up. The pace car is where you would expect cars to run. They want to run offline. What I mean by offline is just like when you're sitting on, at the intersection at home, you can see all the oil drips from the cars.
Yep, Robert.
Anywhere that
time to get ready for boogity boogity. Let's go racing, boys. Come on.
When it's dry,
one of my favorite parts
nice.
of doing NASCAR racing live streams, man.
It's more porous and like
in 2000, Jeb Burton led every single lap for the win. No way, dude. Robert, nice, man. Appreciate you coming in with the info. They did mention on the broadcast, Jeb Burton is one of the racing analysts here on USA Network. And yeah, he won, I guess, in 2000 and led every lap. That's pretty dominant.
Race, we saw cars running as high as we've ever seen them running. So where is the part of the racetrack that you want to be on now?
Talking more about the 77. Let's get an update. Dave?
Lee, we may have, if you're just joining the broadcast, you may have missed earlier a little bit of a spin by Carson Hocevar when he was testing the grip on the exit of turn number 4, kind of tongue-in-cheek. He said, yeah, there's not a lot of grip out there. But that was when it was raining, and since then, the Air Titans and NASCAR and the track services, they have made this place very raceable. And about 5 minutes ago, on the radio to his team, sitting in his car, Carson radioed, hey, this is just like Tuesdays in the summer shootout. That was at Charlotte Motor Speedway where they raced the Legends cars.
So Hocevar in the number 77 Chevrolet had his worst finish of the season last week, with that car unfortunately having the transmission break. So now we'll see what Carson Hocevar has in store here today.
Dave Jetdryer's making a final pass here on pit road. I got to say, it's pretty dry. It seems like it's ready to go racing here. Austin Cindric will start 26th today. Remember, last weekend, Saturday night at Richmond, he started 23rd, and he got stage points in stage 1. Can they do it again today? Talk to Brian Wilson.
Austin Cindric finished 3rd last week in Richmond. His best finish in his last 50 races. Now in that snap-on number 2. Badass looking Ford Mustang there with the red and black and gray. Whew. I mean, those are my colors right there, man. That looks awesome. I think I might be rooting for Austin Cindric just based on that badass looking paint scheme. Yep, Miles, you're right about that, man. Carson Hocevar unfortunately missed a shift last week, and that's what led to the 77 having a bad finish. We see Shane Van Gisbergen, 5 top 5 finishes this season on oval tracks, so he's going to look to keep his spot inside the chase for the 2026 NASCAR Cup Series Championship. Right now, SVG is the last driver above the cut line here with 2 races left to go. 1 race after this one in the regular season for the 2026 NASCAR Cup Series Championship.
50. I will feel very confident if we go into Daytona where we are now, plus 50. It is going to be a big deal.
Shift happens. Miles, I love it, dude. Shift happens. Shit happens. That's freaking awesome, man. I love that, dude.
Let's listen to some recent radio from the 97.
What do you think on the track now? Still pretty wet. It's a lot drier than before. There's going to be a bit of spray, but it's fine. Careful.
The spray is one of the bigger issues, just from a visibility standpoint. The grip of the racetrack is one thing, but the spray coming off of these cars can create a situation where the drivers literally can't see. We've seen NASCAR has gotten really aggressive and when to put rain tires on. We called a Raleigh Series race in Charlotte a few years ago, and I am telling you, it was a downpour. And NASCAR sent them out there. There was a race at Coda that NASCAR sent them out and realized, okay, you just can't do that. It's too much. So now they backed it up. And a lot of it has to do with the spray as much as the grip.
That radio transmission was the perfect snapshot of the laconic nature of Shane Van Gisbergen. Oh, yeah, it's all right. It'll be all right. Let's give it a go.
Jeff Burton and Kevin Harvick are tied with the most wins at 4 at this track. Robert, man, thank you there. I'm going to call you Robert G. Robert G, appreciate you, man, with some more info for us here on this one. I like it, guys. Not only did I bring you guys some good track information and stuff like that, but also you guys are doing the same thing here, man. I freaking love this community, man. Hey, let me give a big shout out to every single one of you guys watching here on this live stream. Thank you, and God bless you guys from the bottom of my heart. I appreciate you guys so much showing up here every single live stream, supporting the channel, putting your comments in, asking your questions, hitting the like button, subscribing, getting more people to come subscribe to the channel. Remember, guys, this channel is nothing without you guys and this sports community that we are building here on Tim Reynolds Show's YouTube channel. Guys, I am loving every second of it, and I do appreciate it, guys. I'm just a young man trying to follow his dream, and hopefully you guys will help me accomplish that dream, man, and I promise you guys, all of you guys that are here along the way will be rewarded. And hey, as a matter of fact, guys, we got one of our first ever Tim Reynolds Show appearances where hopefully we'll get to meet a lot of you guys. We're going to be going to the Daytona 500 in the 2027 NASCAR Cup Series season. Big shout out to our member here, Robert M. 2775, was kind enough to help us out with the tickets. Excuse me. And we will be heading down to Daytona. We haven't decided if we're going to come the week before for the duels at Daytona and stay there for a week to see the Daytona 500. That would probably be a lot for us to do that much, but hopefully we'll be able to be down there for at least 3 or 4 days, traveling-wise down there to get to Daytona. And appreciate you guys hanging out here on Tim Reynolds Show. Don't forget to please hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. Thank you, Miles. Right back at you.
On the pace, these drivers are going to have to be careful as they transition across that. Steve, I know you love analogies, and I got to say, one of the things I learned watching the 2024 rain race is that the dry line is a lot like the stock market. You're looking for somebody to make a little bit of a gain, and that's where you want to go. And as more and more people get in that lane, they find those gains. that line is going to continue to dry out and pay off more and more and more, Marty.
Trevor, you know
Jeffrey, what's up, man? Did you get a haircut? Yes, Robert, thanks for noticing, man. Yeah, a little flat right now with the hat on, but loving my new haircut, dude. Loving it. Matter of fact, we're going to take the shades off, man.
Down here on pit road, so they've rebooted the pit box. They've kind of gotten everything back up and running. It's taking a little while, but I don't think I've ever seen a pit box go down in a rain delay, Steve. We've heard about it with race cars, but the pit box fighting the dust here with the 2 team, but they are working on it, getting it rebooted here on pit road.
Technology is amazing until it goes away. Then you feel helpless. I think we're about done working pit road. I think we might see the teams come down pit road.
Down pit road.
We got to be working about 13 pace laps here. You know, the first stage is 70 laps. They can run 90, 95 on fuel. They'll even burn less fuel here in the wet, so I don't think it's an issue. Just worth keeping in mind, right? Did somebody start lower on fuel? Did they want to have an advantage? You know, in case somebody gets caught out.
All right, so the drivers come down pit lane, and we get ready for the start of the race here. A lot of pace laps here to start the race.
On that windshield and that view, from our perspective up here, the weather's the most stable it's been in quite some time. Alternative view, Dollar Tree on board. John Hunter Nemechek running the 40 this weekend, celebrating Dollar Tree's 40th anniversary. He's got that special paint scheme this weekend. Car looks great. Let's hope he can perform well. He and Eric Jones of Legacy Motor Club.
I would say that this added laps creates a little anxiety for the drivers. You know, once you get in that race car and fired up.
Oh, yeah, so Miles, they did report that the number 2 Ford Mustang of Austin Cindric and his team Penske pit crew, I guess, lost power in their pit box. So right now they're trying to get everything reset and rebooted there, so all their monitors and computers and stuff there that track everything start working in that pit box there for Austin Cindric. So, hey, when it rains, man, you tend to have some issues with electronics. So
try and see where they can find grip.
Man, very unique racetrack here, guys. I'm seeing a lot of cracks in the concrete. And with a flat racetrack like this, that's going to play a big part into how these cars handle here.
Lee, just to keep an eye on the 22 there of Joey Logano testing the grip level down there on the apron.
You're welcome, Miles.
First, and that's the worst he's qualified in 9 years here. So I talked to both crew chief and driver about passing cars here, because a lot of people say this is a track position race. You have to keep your track. You can't pass. Well, both of them believe they can after practice.
So 5 top 5 finishes this season for Joey Logano. 3 top 5 finishes in the last 4 races for Joey Logano, who's been really hot here to end the season.
Looking forward to the wet conditions, saying, let's go. The track's drying pretty quickly here, including Chase Briscoe. If you want to watch a show, watch Chase Briscoe, who was fantastic in the wet here in 2024.
3 straight New Hampshire top 10 finishes for Chase Briscoe. He also finished second behind Christopher Bell when we raced here in 2024.
Chase standings plus 136. So I asked crew chief Scott Graves kind of what their focus is. Are they trying to get
10 top 10 finishes this season for Chris Buescher and the number 17 Ford Mustang, but only 1 top 10 finish in the last 7 races. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, 1 lap to go before we get to the green flag here for the Dollar Tree 301 at New Hampshire Motor Speedway. Come on.
But that's a close second. And he said, if we're fast, then the points will take care of himself. Because he reminded me, yes, there are multiple short tracks in the chase, and so it is very important for them to elevate the program that they have on those shorter distances.
Let's go inside the 24. William Byron, Hendrick Motorsports, pre-race pep talk. Here it is.
Yeah, let's be ourselves today, guys. Be ready for everything. Be ready to adapt. Stay positive. We got a car that can run really well today. So put it all together. Get there. Yeah, appreciate you guys. Have a good one.
Hendrick Motorsports' last race win this season was 14 races ago. Hendrick Motorsports' last win at this racing venue was 14 years ago.
So, ladies and gentlemen, as the pace car comes down pit lane, we get ready for the start of this one for the 2026 NASCAR Cup Series race at New Hampshire Motor Speedway. And boogity, 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 let's go racing, boys! he's raced in the rain a lot in his racing career, as you see a lot of drivers taking that bottom inside lane, and there goes Tyler Reddick spinning around, and oh my goodness, Reddick's gonna bring out the caution. And wow, Denny Hamlin and Chris Buescher almost crashed right into the leader, and Tyler Reddick not too happy right now. Wow.
It doesn't look like there's a lot of damage to the 17. I thought the 45.
So guys, we see here Tyler Reddick leading, and he gets up into the water a little bit and gets loose coming out of turn number 4, and William Byron is lucky to not run into him. As you see SVG also really loose. Jeez Louise, guys. Wow.
Came across the racetrack, and these seams, let's follow it. See the black line below him? It's a really defined black line. Right rear tire gets on that and on that painted line, and I wonder if just for some reason, just not as much grip.
So Tyler Reddick comes around and spins out here, and the leader is no longer in the lead. Yo, guys, big shout out here to Robert M. with the $5 Super Chat donation. Thank you, guys. Help us accomplish our Super Chat goal here on this one. Did you know why John Hunter Nemechek is driving the 40 today instead of the 42? Yeah, it's in honor of Dollar Tree's 40th year anniversary. They're the main sponsor here for this one. Oh, hey, Robert, thanks you for answering that question there. And guys, man, you got to feel for Tyler Reddick, man. Qualifying in first place and now spinning around here, and that's going to put him back to the field.
Unfortunately, is to go past it.
Denny did a good job. The contact wasn't that bad. We're back under caution. It's a testing day here in Loudon.
All right, so we are under caution, only a couple laps in as the driver spun around, dude, with the track still being a little wet. Not exactly what I think NASCAR was looking for here, man. And we'll see who takes over the lead. Right now, it looks like William Byron in the number 24 Chevrolet for Hendrick Motorsports takes over the lead. SVG in second place here in the number 97 Chevrolet. Ty Gibbs now third in the number 54 Toyota. Josh Berry is fourth here in the number 21 Ford Mustang. And Christopher Bell rounds out your top 5 here after that caution comes out at lap number 2. All good, Tim. Thank you, Robert. Appreciate you, man. Guys, don't forget to please hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and help us out with our Super Chat goal here on Tim Reynolds Show. We're already 2 down on our goal, only 18 more to go. So hope you guys are enjoying the race here thus far. Sorry for the long rain delay, but hey, it's good to have all you guys hanging out with us here on the channel. Hopefully we get more people coming in and hanging out with us here for this NASCAR Cup Series race at New Hampshire Motor Speedway. All right, so already an hour into streaming here, and yet to see more than a couple of laps of racing. So I'll have to see how long this race ends up being. All right, big shout out everybody hanging out here on Tim Reynolds Show. Don't forget to please hit the like button, subscribe. If you have any racing questions, any NASCAR questions, any sports questions at all, you guys can hit me up in the live chat and make those questions or comments stand out with the Super Chat. So hope everybody's doing well and enjoying this NASCAR Race Day Sunday. We're starting here a little earlier than usual with the rain coming in and the little bit of a rain delay we've had to start here. NASCAR moved up the starting time for this one from, I believe it was supposed to be 4 o'clock or 4:30, moved it up to 3 o'clock and then 2 o'clock earlier today. Do it for Dale, number 3. Robert with a $2 Super Chat donation. Appreciate you there, brother. Thanks for always supporting the channel. Yo, guys, come on, man. Let's see if anybody else besides our boy Robert here can help us out with those Super Chat goals, man. Remember, guys, Super Chat costs less than a can of soda.
NASCAR is brought to you by Dollar Tree, delivering...
Even Dollar Tree is sponsored on the broadcast. Well, what do you know? Heck yeah, Miles, let's go.
First flying lap in this Dollar Tree 301 presented by Toyota. As you ride aboard the Dollar Tree Toyota of Eric Jones.
Great shot right there of the in-car rear view mirror. It's actually a camera. Drivers can position it in different places. Eric Jones decided to put it basically right in front of him, Steve, where he doesn't have to really move his eyes or anything. It's always there. Look how clear that view is from looking at the car behind him.
Yeah, I love that.
Tyler Reddick did have a clear view when he led the race, but he spun coming out of turn 4. Let's get an update on the 45 with Dave Burns.
And Lee, he came to pit road. That team asked him, do you feel like you damaged those tires locking him down? He said yes. So they changed all 4. The team's getting a good look at them. And then Tyler added one thing. Hey, can you guys thank the 11 for not running me over?
Boss and employee. It was a close call for sure. What's happening for Christopher Bell? Let's have a listen.
I'm already seeing some dry patches. I don't know if you are. Yes, sir. It's going to be very mission critical to find the wet and keep these tires cool.
There's an opposite. There's the camera. You can't really see it. It's over there behind the bar. So to your point, Jeff, different locations. Already talking about drive positioning. You mentioned it. Barely one lap under green. So it should drive very quickly if we can get multiple laps.
All right, so here we go, guys, as we get ready to get back to the restart here. The pace car heads down pit lane.
As they come towards the Echo Park restart.
And here we go. The green flag is out. As we're back, green flag racing here at New Hampshire Motor Speedway in the 2026 NASCAR Cup Series. SVG dives down to the bottom of the racetrack. The number 97 trying to find grip down there as we see William Byron go high up to the racetrack. And now we see a battle coming down the backstretch. William Byron holds on to the lead. SVG battling with Josh Berry for second.
Christopher Bell. Ty Gibbs down low. Here comes Ross Chastain.
And now here we go. A lot of drivers either using that lower lane or the high lane. It's Christopher Bell looks to the inside of Josh Berry.
Quarter panel, SVG back to the top.
And SVG heads back up to the top here, trying to follow William Byron's line.
First taker on the bottom, the one at Chastain.
And there goes Christopher Bell on the outside of Josh Berry, trying to get inside the top 4. A great run here going down the backstretch now. William Byron continues to lead. There's Ty Gibbs trying to get some clean air, and there goes Christopher Bell, dive bombing the inside of the number 21 and the number 54. SVG down there on the apron as well, and what a turn there for Christopher Bell, as he's able to get around not only Ty Gibbs, but also Josh Berry, and finds himself in third place. So a great pass there by Christopher Bell. And here goes Kyle Larson. And Larson using that bottom lane near the grass as well to get around these race car drivers. So right now, everyone being very cautious. But here comes Christopher Bell. Bell now side by side with SVG coming out of turn number 4. And what a run here for Christopher Bell. He dominates here at New Hampshire as we see William Byron get loose. The leader gets a little swirly there in the rear end of that car. And the number 24 Chevrolet trying to hold on to that lead. SVG trying to find that lane right behind the 24, holding on to second. And you see Christopher Bell really working that steering wheel here. A lot of drivers going through a lot of wet conditions and loose conditions. And oh, you see there, Christopher Bell got very loose going up to the top of the racetrack here, but able to keep it out of the wall and save it. And a nice run coming out of turn number 4. Going down the front stretch here, SVG continues to hold on to second. William Byron in first. You're seeing what a couple of different race lanes here, guys. They're either going up high on the racetrack near the outside wall or going near the bottom, near the grass, to try to stay where it's wet. Right now with these rain tires. And there goes Christopher Bell, able to get around SVG for second place. And now Bell, who dominates Blades here at New Hampshire Motor Speedway, looking for his first win of the season as he tries to catch up to the leader, William Byron, in the number 24 Chevrolet. So SVG in the number 97 Chevy drops back to third. We've got Ty Gibbs in the number 54 Toyota in fourth. Josh Berry in the number 21 Ford in fifth. Right behind him is Ryan Blaney, who's worked his way up to the front. And now here goes Christopher Bell. Bell battling for the lead as he dive bombs the inside of the 24 Chevrolet using that bottom apron near the grass. William Byron up high on the racetrack, trying to hold on to that lead coming out of turn number 4. And he does, as we see Byron able to hold off Christopher Bell. But how long can he continue to battle here?
Last lap of the race, fastest lap for Bell of anyone in the field.
Hey, you're right about that, Robert. If SVG can win here at this oval, y'all better watch out, man. I love SVG, man. I love the way that guy races. I love the way that guy is competitive and also a pretty cool guy to interview. So Christopher Bell still trying to find his way back to the back bumper. And oh, the number 20 Toyota gets loose coming out of turn number 4.
Bell tried that bottom and forward. It didn't come close to working. You know, he lost a lot of space. See the drying start to happen in that third groove.
So we see here Brian Blaney getting close to the back bumper of the 21.
There of Ryan Blaney, his teammate Austin Cindric, who did not have a good qualifying, is roaring his way through the field. Cindric has made up 11 positions to be in 15th.
Wow, guys, Austin Cindric, one of the biggest movers thus far, as he's worked his way all the way to 15th here in that number 2 Ford Mustang. And we're riding along here with Ryan Blaney, who's just behind Josh Berry here. And congratulations, SVG's already moved up 2 positions in the NASCAR Cup Series point standings since the start of this race.
Very obvious where you want to be.
Instantly you start asking.
And we see here John Hunter Nemechek behind Chase Elliott as the number 40 Toyota tries to find his groove.
Do you have to start backing up to the guys behind you with a 1?
And a great run by the number 9 of Chase Elliott, battling alongside, I believe, Brad Keselowski in that number 6. No, that's AJ Allmendinger in the number 16. As we see Elliott on the inside apron here and not able to hold on to that grip as John Hunter Nemechek now in the number 40 Toyota on the outside, able to take advantage.
Drives it in there deep, but right here, middle of the corner exit. That dry lane is going to be hard to be better than right now.
So the driver of the Napa number 9.
Oh, and there we see AJ Allmendinger almost get into the outside wall as the number 16 Chevrolet tries to hold on to that spot there inside the top 20. Guys, poor Denny Hamlin has fallen all the way back to 28th position.
Stevie, with this rate of drying, track drying, how far do you think these wet weather Goodyears can go before they become?
So we see here these all 4 cars, AJ Allmendinger, John Hunter Nemechek, Chase Elliott, all battling for a top 25 spot.
To cool your tire and just not give up time. Now it's about a management situation. I mean, there's no doubt there's more grip in that lane right there. You see Austin Hill with a great pass. I think down the straightaway for sure. And you're just going to get to the point where you're going to have to get offline in the corner if you have enough room or space to give up to just try to get these tires to continue.
So Cole Custer trying to get that number 41 up towards the front.
SVG 32.7. So it seems to me that William Byron's already in tire conservation mode.
And here goes Daniel Suarez in the number 7 Chevrolet, battling alongside Chase Elliott. And right behind them is Denny Hamlin as Hamlin tries to get that number 11 Toyota back up near the front.
Chase Elliott, it was an adventurous qualifying for Suarez yesterday.
Continuing to battle here, Chase Elliott behind the 7 of Suarez as they battle for a top 25 position.
Let's talk about the guys at the head of the field. Here's Marty.
So William Byron in front continues to lead here.
After leading these 19 laps in the wet, is starting to dry almost too much for the lane that we are in. And Rudy Fiegel came back on the radio and said, listen, I don't think NASCAR is going to throw a caution, so it's up to you. Keep the tires as cool.
Oh, and guys, some contact here between the number 7 Chevrolet and the number 40 Toyota Toyota. John Hunter Nemechek gets a little bump from Suarez into the driver's seat, and now Nemechek actually loses a couple of spots there after that contact. And speaking of contact, here goes SVG trying to find a way to get around the number 20 of Christopher Bell. Right now, SVG is the fastest car on the racetrack.
Couldn't do anything. You see Christopher Bell right there down the back straightaway. Went to the middle of the racetrack. That is.
And guys, you see here, SVG closes that gap up to the second place driver in the middle of the corner. And now here he comes down the front stretch here. Here comes SVG battling alongside Christopher Bell. Now taking the inside, going into turn number 1. Oh, SVG forces the number 20 Toyota up the track. Bell gets loose, and SVG takes over second place. And we've got a car spinning around John Hummer Nemechek.
Acceleration.
And wow, still green flag racing here. The number 40 Toyota, John Hunter Nemechek, spins around, gets the car back on track, and keeps going.
Yeah, running
Man.
20. It looks like there's some damage in the right side wheels.
And also his teammate, Eric Jones, not doing too well here. As we see what happened, Denny Hamlin right behind Nemechek here. Nemechek in front of the 11 just gets loose. And you see, oh no, contact into the wall for John Hunter Nemechek. And that's what led to him spinning around, but able to hold on and keep that car on the racetrack, which is very important as we stay green flag racing here. And unfortunately for John Hunter Nemechek, there goes William Byron. And that's going to put the number 40 Toyota down one lap here at New Hampshire Motor Speedway. And we continue to battle here, guys, as we're on commercial break. William Byron leads with SVG now in second, trying to catch up to the leader. And we also see Christopher Bell in third, who's dominated here in his NASCAR Cup Series career at New Hampshire Motor Speedway. So he'll be a legit contender to win this race. But we'll see if he can catch up to the leaders here. Right now, the Chevrolet's doing very well. SVG finding a nice groove here right behind the number 24 Chevrolet of William Byron. Byron trying desperately to hold on to the lead. We do see SVG making his way near that back bumper here, working all different kinds of lanes in that number 97 Chevrolet. SVG, a guy who actually has a lot of experience racing in wet weather, could be an advantage for him here at this place, at this racetrack. And guys, we're seeing it right now in real time. During the commercial break, we're side by side with the action. And we're seeing SVG find some momentum going down the backstretch. And we've got a new leader here at New Hampshire Motor Speedway. The number 97 of SVG gets around the 24 of William Byron. And now the 97 Chevrolet is your leader here in the NASCAR Cup Series race. The Dollar Tree 301 here at New Hampshire Motor Speedway. Guys, SVG is the fastest car on the racetrack, and if he's able to get a victory here at this oval racetrack, watch out for the rest of the field, man. What a race here for SVG as we see his teammate battling behind the number 19 of Chase Briscoe for a top 10 spot. We see the number 88 currently in 9th place. And now SVG trying to get around these lap vehicles here. You got to feel for John Hunter Nemechek, the driver of the number 40 Toyota, spins out on his own after some contact into the outside wall, and that has led to him going down one lap here as we stay green flag racing.
You're watching the Dollar Tree 301, presented by Toyota.
Presented
And you're
by
looking
Toyota.
at the Trackhouse Chevy of Shane Van Gisbergen, who is the new race leader.
Yeah! Come on, SVG!
I want to remind you, with DraftKings, you can take your game anywhere.
That's right, guys. Driving factors here at New Hampshire Motor Speedway. We adapt to changing conditions and be right when it matters, meaning you need to get your race strategy in. You need to make sure you're good on fuel, your tires are good, and you need to make sure you've got track position here to try to make sure you get a good finish, because it is hard to pass here at New Hampshire.
on the slicks later in the day when it is dry. So make positions when you can, but don't make mistakes.
Well, if I'm crew chief at SVG,
Oh, I like that, Robert. SVG must be hungry. He wants a lobster.
We don't need to put ourselves in a position where we could be hurting tires.
DraftKings is live now, by the way, in all 50 states. New DraftKings customers can spend $5 and get $150 in total bonuses. Download the DraftKings app and use promo code.
So we do see here Josh Berry still inside the top 5 as he tries to get around the number 54 Toyota of Ty Gibbs. Ryan Blaney currently in 6 and Kyle Larson in 7. Oh, and there goes Gibbs. Gibbs gets loose, and there goes Josh Berry. Berry able to get around the 54 Toyota of Ty Gibbs for a top 4 spot. And right behind Ty Gibbs is Ryan Blaney. And Blaney going to look to take advantage of that pass. But wait a minute, here goes Kyle Larson. Larson on the outside of the number 12 Ford Mustang. And there goes the number 5 Chevrolet up inside the top 6. And now he looks to get around Ty Gibbs for a top 5 spot. And what a run here for Kyle Larson. Larson's got great speed in the middle of the corner, just like the leader, SVG. Now coming out of turn number 4, the number 5 Chevrolet right at the back bumper of the number 54 Toyota of Ty Gibbs. Gibbs trying to hold him off here, but you see there Kyle Larson closing that gap in the middle of the corner, and there goes the number 5 Chevrolet. Some contact there with the Gibbs car, but he gets around the number 54 Toyota for a top 5 spot. Ryan Blaney able to get around the number 54 of Ty Gibbs as well. And now Blaney finds himself inside the top 6. And you see there, Kyle Larson gets a little loose and gets into the driver's side door, which forces Ty Gibbs to have to get off the accelerator. That light contact was just enough from Kyle Larson to get around the 54 Toyota. And Ty Gibbs is not going to be too happy with Larson here.
Drive away from Gibbs. He's struggling right now.
Meanwhile, up front, SVG has opened up a 5+ second lead.
Guys, SVG has now increased his lead to over 5 seconds here over William Byron. And guys, I think John Hunter Nemechek just went down 2 laps. So that number 40 Toyota has fallen off since that spin out. I think he's going to have to be pitting here very soon. So SVG, who started out 16th in points on the chase bubble, now finds himself in 13th here. And guys, looks like SVG will have a good chance to clinch a spot in the chase this year with only one more race remaining after this one.
19th. But let's go a little further forward in the field. The 20th, Christopher Bell, is in 4th. What you got, Marty?
Well, Lee, Christopher Bell would love to make that change that Steve talked about. He would love for NASCAR to say, hey, let's go to slicks. Bell saying it was extremely loose on entry. And then he said just a moment ago, I feel like I have a vibration already. Worried about the right front tire. In fact, Adam Stevens told him just a second ago, listen, just slow down. Find wet. That's what you have to do right now. Find wet to conserve those tires, Dave.
Larson in the blue and white, number 5 right behind him. Started 9th. He's up to 5th. And crew chief Cliff Daniels, radio to his driver, I like your rhythm. I like what you're doing. Keep doing that. He did have one question. The driver did right as they got restarted here. He said the guys riding the high line and making pace up there, what gear are they in? So, Jeff, I asked you, with this car, I believe it has 5 gears. So, well, probably has more than that if you want, but what gear do they run low line versus high line? Different than in the dry drive.
Well, Dave, it's going to change. As this track continues to change, you're going to see, you know, when it goes to dry, you'll see.
So we see here Kyle Larson getting up to the back bumper here of the number 20 Toyota. And Larson looking to get up inside the top 4. Bell trying to hold on, but Christopher Bell already reporting a vibration here in the number 20 Toyota. You got to wonder that could be a big problem for him going forward. So Kyle Larson finding a lot of grip here. 37 laps into stage number 1. That is 70 laps here for this 301 lap race.
So there you go. NASCAR, as I had mentioned, the tire decision has to be made by NASCAR. NASCAR is now in 4th of teams. At lap 40, the caution will come out. The change of track condition will go from wet to dries. Everybody will have to go to dries. Everybody will also have the opportunity to make changes to their car. chassis changes or whatever else you need, and the race will restart again. As now we see, I don't know if Chastain had a little damage right there or just lost momentum. I don't see any damage on the right side.
I thought I saw some smoke.
Yeah, that's what I was.
There it is again.
Look at the smoke billowing out of the right front of this one car.
So, guys, right now looks like that front right tire
Or some tire
is smoking for Ross Chastain. So what exactly does that mean? Oh, jeez!
So he'll be pleased to see this competition portion.
Number one with a lot of smoke coming out of that Chevrolet on the right side front tire. And now looking for NASCAR to throw the caution flag here at lap 40 as these drivers come back in to get slicks on their tires or on their cars.
Look at least onto the right front wheel and see what's going on.
And Jeff, to your point before about telling Ben Gisbergen to slow down, he's going to be like, man, I had a 7-second lead. And it's all going to evaporate when everybody gets called to pit road for the switch.
Probably blow the racetrack off as well. You want to talk about some worn out groove tires. You can see where all the rubber has accumulated.
Is the race leader in that Superfile Chevy for Trackhouse Racing, Shane Van Gisbergen.
Guys are racing really hard to stay on a lead lap. There's the caution.
And the caution comes out here. And that big lead for SVG is going to evaporate as everybody comes in to get the slick tires back on the race cars, with the water no longer an issue here on the racetrack.
Because nobody's run the bottom of the racetrack.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, where'd he go now?
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Reynolds.
Now you have slicks on.
All right, so we'll see now. All these drivers come down pit lane, make some adjustments, get the slicks on their cars, and we'll see who makes their car. Which drivers get a faster car and which drivers get a slower car.
For that too is pit road. You know, it's still a little bit damp. They're going to leave on dry tires. You don't really want cars on pit road that's damp on dry tires. A little bit of a safety procedure
and a condition change at the ovals. Anytime you go dry to wet or wet to dry, you're allowed a whole list of changes, so you don't have to try to fit those into a pit stop.
Let's check in with Trevor Bain.
Well, Diff, I can tell you those rain tires are chewed up. You wouldn't believe the amount of marbles out here on the racetrack. On the top, on the bottom, I've never seen it so dirty. But the other thing is how different these lanes are. There's little dry patches near the seams. Some of them are wet. So as these drivers, Steve, Jeff, you all mentioned going to slicks, where do you go? I think they're going to have to try to search for little patches of dry. It may not be a whole lane. We saw in 2024, Larson entered on the top, went to the bottom. We may have to see some creative lines here. 1 for the marbles, 2 for those dry patches.
Great to have Trevor back in the Toyota X.
All right, guys, so Trevor Bain, our pit pace car analyst, you're seeing all the rubber on the racetrack, and NASCAR hoping to clean up the track a little bit here under this competition caution.
From the cars here shortly.
I'm going to put this line right here.
Go on.
And the reason I say that is I believe this is dry.
Planet, what's up, man? They're going fast and they're going left, son.
So,
woo!
You know, it will improve quickly, but you think dry on wet weather is slippery. Wait till you try a wet track on dry tires, Jeff.
Marty, see Ross Chastain on pit road.
They've been trying to diagnose the issue with Ross Chastain. They think they had some debris that got stuck in the grill and maybe got sucked into the airbox, Steve. That's the first thing that they're going to check. But, yeah, certainly something mechanical going on with the one who had a pretty quick start to the race, but obviously lost those spots when they started having that issue.
Yeah, at this point, they're just going to want to try to get it repaired. We saw that debris on the racetrack. That gets, I don't know where they're looking, somewhere on the right side of the engine. I don't know
Robert, they are changing slicks right now. They're non-competitive pit stops here. So right now we see cars like the number 40 Toyota and the number 1 Chevrolet coming in to check out the issues they may have with their cars.
Pit stop for the change from wets to dries.
So here comes everybody down pit lane.
Of this $3,301 presented by Toyota. Here they come. SVG leads them down pit road after leading 17 laps, and Kim Coon standing by. Kimmy, they're coming your way.
Yeah, top left of your screen, SVG happy with the race car. Just said needs a little bit of help on right rear on the entry of the corner. Otherwise, good. He did say it's going to be a little bit sketchy on slicks. He said the corners are still pretty wet. The team reminding him just be smart, don't speed. Let's take our time here as they adjust back for slick tires, Marty.
Christopher Bell said, man, I'm not sure how much longer I could have hung on to that one because they had that vibration, remember, with the 20 car. Adam Stevens did ask him, hey, can you forecast how far we need to go for slick tires adjustments? He said, I'll do my best. William Byron said, yeah, the right front just got way too gone on that run for us, and they couldn't really conserve it. So afraid to make big changes because they were pretty happy with the 24 car, Dave.
Third place, Josh Berry said the car is just a little tight going back to throttle, so crew chief Miles Stanley said, should we tighten you up? No idea from the driver. So he said, let's do our normal offsets, and you go hunt the dry patches, just like Trevor Bain just talked about. Go find the dry spots. We'll adjust to that. By the way, you saw they did not take the tear off. They're kind of limited on how many they have, and with the wet track still in places, there's going to be some spray there. They don't want to use those all up too early.
Most leisurely pit stop you'll ever see in NASCAR. The non-competitive one. It's been quite the interesting start.
All right, guys, we're halfway through stage number 1 here after the competitive pit or the non-competitive pit stops here. We'll see the cars come back out on the racetrack as we get ready for the restart. Thank you, everybody, hanging out here on Tim Reynolds Show. Don't forget to please hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. Hope everybody's doing well. Thank you, everybody, hanging out here on Tim Reynolds Show. Don't forget to like and subscribe. If you guys have any racing questions, any shout-outs, make sure you hit us up here in the live chat. All right, guys, so here on this little break that we've got, I'm going to go ahead and hit the restroom real quick, so I'm going to be right back. My moderators, will you please hold down the chat for me? And we'll be right back here, guys. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. All right, there we go. Keith, what's up, brother?
And
Woo!
time, but it is mathematically possible to have 2 RFK cars in the chase. As we check in with Kim Coon. Kim?
Yeah, let's meet the rear tire changer for the 22 of Joey Logano. Jake Simonelli playing stick and ball sports, but was introduced to NASCAR by his father father, when he took Jake to his first race in 1999 at Pocono, Jake watched the live pit stops, told himself, I can do that. Then he made it his goal. So after finishing high school, he moved to North Carolina in 2004. People thought he was crazy, but he learned fabrication and mechanics while also going to pit crew school. Now, fast forward to today, he's been in the sport for over 20 years, which he actually views as a strength. Despite the younger influx of pit crew athletes we've seen, he thinks that just the adaptability he has had to show, all the different choreography and equipment on pit road that's evolved, the rules
Hands are washed.
so many times during his tenure. But
Thanks for asking there, Robert.
For all of those iterations,
Jeez.
are the quickest at adapting, and that adaptability has helped him earn 3 NASCAR Cup Series titles as a crew member, 1 with Kyle Busch, 2 with Joey Logano, and he's hoping for a 4th here this year.
Thanks for that, Kim, and good on you, Jake. And lots of smiles lately after their driver winning 2 of the last 4 races on the season. Here is Joey Logano, and let's listen to what Joey thinks about restarts. Here it is.
When I started, it's like, maybe one car would make a 3-wide move on a restart. It was like, oh my God, right? Now they'll be 3x3x3 at times, right? 4-wide's the moment where it's kind of crazy, but 3-wide's pretty normal at this point. So it's just that intensity has ratcheted up over the years. A lot of it's due to this car too, right? In the past, if you just touch somebody, you'd knock your fender in, you would cut a tire down. Everyone was more conservative because you couldn't touch each other. Now we have a car that's pretty tough, and that in return is made drivers more aggressive.
And it's worthwhile noting that at this race, that softer bumper assembly is no longer here. We're back to the regular, right?
Yeah, back to a standard what we see all the other racetracks, which is probably good as much as they stack them with the restart. I will tell you, as Joey talks about the restarts, we ride on board with the Hunt Brothers Pizza. Jeff, I laugh because you and I have sat next to each other for 12 years up here, and I've watched the iteration every single year, and you are just shocked by what you see from when you and I competed, you on the racetrack, me on pit road, to what these drivers are asked to do now on these restarts.
Yeah, it's just gotten more and more aggressive, and think about guys like Martin and how respectful he was. As aggressive he was still respectful. That's out the window. I mean, you just have to get every spot when you can get it, and it's aggravating as a driver, but it's also opportunity. Like, you have to, if that's how it's going to be, then you have to adapt to it. You have to be willing to play the game, and restarts matter. You have to, when the race is over, you have to gain more spots than you've lost.
Ross Chastain has had a couple of good weekends the last 2 weeks, and he was not giving up on his chances.
New beer 30.
The chase,
yep.
But it's been problematic today. What's the latest?
Oh, no!
Do it here, Lee. It's a drivetrain issue for the one. They are out for the race. You mentioned their hopes to kind of make the chase. They were 63 out of the chase standings in 18th, but they will finish last here at New Hampshire today. One more race left in the regular
season. Guys, big breaking news. Ross Chastain dealing with a broken drivetrain and now will be out the rest of the race. That is tough. Tough to see, especially with SVG leading right now for Trackhouse Racing. Oh, man. Connor Zilich is inside the top 10, and now Ross Chastain is knocked out. That's tough, man. That's tough. All right, thank you, everybody, hanging out here on Tim Reynolds Show. Don't forget to please hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. Hey, Tim, did you know they ran an IROC race in Washington, D.C. this year? Yeah, Jeff Gordon, Keith, won both of those races. That was incredible, man. The track layout looked pretty badass for the IROC series as well. Really cool, man. Really cool.
What I find is fascinating is if we didn't have rain, no chance we would start a slick race on this.
Timmy in the chat says a Ford's going to win. All right, right now I'm rooting for the Chevys, brother. I got my boy SVG and Kyle Larson up inside the top 4. Let's go. All right, so here we go, guys. The green flag is out as we go back racing here with 20 laps to go here in stage number 1. SVG with the lead. You see there, Kyle Larson battling alongside Josh Berry. There's some contact between the 21 and the number 5. Larson on the outside trying to hold on, and he just stays off the wall. And Larson takes over 3rd place here ahead of Josh Berry. And now there goes Christopher Bell battling. We're 3 wide back in the pack near 10th place as we on to the lead. But William Byron is right at that back bumper of the number 97 Chevrolet. As you see Ty Gibbs battling there with Connor Zillage on the outside. And on the inside there looks like Ryan Priest in the number 60. And guys, Carson Hocevar has made his way inside the top 10. The number 77 Chevrolet having a great run here at New Hampshire. Oh, and Ryan Priest almost gets into Ty Gibbs as the number 60 gets loose, and there goes Hocevar around the number 60. And we've got a car into the wall.
Did you see before that Priest step out? He was catching it as well.
And guys, we see there some damage to the number 47.
21st before he got turned around.
And man, we'll have to see the replay here as the caution is out with 19 laps to go. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., the number 47 Chevrolet, we can see here, he just gets spun around. No contact between anybody, but the number 47 does get into the wall there. And you see there, the 47 just got loose, man. And that's tough for him. The contact to the rear of that car. Some pretty decent damage now for the number 47. Tough to see, man.
That car came around way before he was anticipating.
Oh, guys, big shout out our boy Tim Does Everything, telling us that he won $900 on a bet he made against his racing buddy for the Chiefs and Bucks game yesterday. Let's go. Hey, Tampa Bay undefeated in the preseason, guys. 2-0. 2-0, baby. Yeah, gotta feel good about that. All right, thank you, everybody, hanging out here on Tim Reynolds Show. So we've got the caution out here with 18 laps to go in stage number 2. Tough wreck there for Ricky Stenhouse Jr. And we are seeing some action here on pit lane. Are we possibly going to see some drivers come down and pit? This will be interesting. If anyone decides to pit right now, they're going to stay out after that stage break. And I think that's what they're trying to do here.
Feeling pretty good about life at the moment.
Ross must have spun his tires on a watermelon. Robert, you never know, man.
17 kind of in the middle there.
So we're seeing here the number 17 of Chris Buescher. And some contact between Logano and Ty Dillon. And the 17 ends up getting into the outside wall. So some rough contact there by Chris Buescher. And that drops him back near the rear of the field now. So Chris Buescher may be wanting to come down pit lane to get some tires and check out that damage.
Unfortunately, due to Hayek Motorsports, Ricky Stenhouse spinning and tagging the wall. This is how it looked.
Like repairs. All right, appreciate everybody hanging out here on Tim Reynolds Show. Don't forget to please hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. Right now, guys, we are in commercial break, waiting to get back to the action here. So hope you guys are enjoying this race day Sunday live broadcast here on Tim Reynolds Show, and appreciate all the love, guys. All right, anybody has any questions, any shout-outs, anything they would like to ask, hit me up in this live chat, folks. All right, so got another commercial break. I need to grab my phone charger. All right. Tim, plus I won $570 more about the Dallas game. Nice, dude. That's a lot of money to be winning on just some football bets. Yep, we are under caution here, Robert. Let me put that in the chat here for everybody. Under caution. All right. Oh, yeah, racetrack is definitely still slick there, Robert. Should I have to choose between slicks or rain tires? No, unfortunately, the track is too dry for those rain tires. You're going to end up overheating the tires, and that's just going to cause a problem right now. Now, there's still moisture on the racetrack, so that actually prevents the drivers from getting to choose their own lanes. They're going to have to choose kind of the driest lane that they can find in the corners and especially down the front stretches, although the front stretch looks pretty dry right now for the most part. All right, so here we go with 15 laps to go. We're back, green flag racing here in the 2026 NASCAR Cup Series. A big push there by Christopher Bell into the back bumper of William Byron. But SVG gets a great restart here. And now Kyle Larson on the outside of his teammate. Larson looking to take away the second place spot here down the backstretch. Heading into turn number 3. And what a battle contact between teammates as Kyle Larson gets into William Byron. Or I should say Byron gets into Larson. And now loose there, the number 24 Chevrolet has a battle out of his hands with Christopher Bell. And Bell gets around the number 24 Chevrolet. And wait a minute, here comes Hosamar. The driver of the number 77 Chevrolet finds himself inside the top 5. And talk about a crazy start to this one. And now, oh, we've got a new leader. Kyle Larson makes it around SVG. And now Larson leads at New Hampshire. What a battle here on this restart. William Byron continuing to lose spots here all the way down to 6th. Ty Gibbs finds his way up in front of the number 24 Chevrolet, and there goes Hosamar! Contact as he gets into the driver of Christopher Bell. The number 20 Toyota can't hold off the 77. Carson Hosamar takes over second place. SVG is falling backwards here, folks.
What a run by Connor Zilic.
And guys, man, what a run here. Connor Zilic having a great top 5 run here. And remember, guys, if the caution comes out inside 10 laps to go in the stage, we will go to the end of the stage. So here we go. Contact between Ty Gibbs and William Byron. The number 54 Toyota and the number 24 Chevrolet continue to battle side by side. And there goes SVG with his teammate Connor Zilic now. Oh, as we see SVG getting loose here. And that number 97 Chevrolet is falling backwards. And now here comes the number 21 of Josh Berry. Berry trying to push the number 97 up the racetrack.
Drying conditions are not working well for SVG at the moment.
They are not. And the man who has...
And guys, SVG now falling backwards here. Currently in danger of falling outside the top 10. So Ryan Blaney right behind him. We do see Josh Berry battling with Connor Zilic now. And right behind them, how about Bubba Wallace in the number 23 Toyota? He finds himself knocking on the door of a top 10 position here.
Austin Dillon up 15. We mentioned Zilic up 13. Cindric has had a good opening stage.
And guys, Carson Hosamar up 19 positions since the start of the race. Austin Dillon's moved up 15 positions. We see Connor Zilic has moved up 13 positions along with Austin Cindric. Those are some of the biggest movers on the racetrack right now.
Just 9 more.
So continuing to battle here. SVG trying to stay inside the top 10 here. And a terrible restart for the number 97 Chevrolet. And there goes Ryan Blaney right to the back bumper of SVG here. SVG dive bombing his teammate now.
And scoring more than Priest, who is that 50-point gap too. That's really going to help.
Look at this, the Trackhouse teammates.
Uh-oh, and Ryan Blaney right there behind the teammates for Trackhouse as SVG and Connor Zilic battle for 8th and 7th place here. Right behind them, Ryan Blaney in 9th, and he wants both of those spots here.
That's a spotter challenge on the Superfile Chevrolet. Very different, you know.
Ooh, and there goes Ryan Blaney on the outside, making it 3 wide, and oh! for 7th place. What a pass by Ryan Blaney.
They're also racing Syndrome.
And now Connor Zilic falls back 2 positions now after that contact there.
Step on board for Chase Briscoe.
And Chase Briscoe trying to hold the inside lane here and get around the 88. And now Connor Zilic in danger of falling out of the top 10, and he does. So continuing to battle here, the number 19 Toyota, Chase Briscoe, now inside the top 10 here at New Hampshire. And we've got 5 laps to go here in stage number 1. Definitely a Mustang power move, Robert, without a doubt. A Mustang power move.
A lot happening for sure.
This is the battle for 5th between Ty Gibbs, Josh Berry.
So we see here Josh Berry trying to get inside the top 5 as he gets close to the back bumper of the number 54 of Ty
I'm not
Gibbs.
sure it's an obvious decision to come to pit road. I think a lot of the leaders are going to have to maybe stay on the racetrack and just bear with it.
Great shot right here. You can
Oh, and Berry with some contact there with the back bumper of the 54. And Josh Berry going to take advantage. Coming down the backstretch and heading into turn number 3. The number 21 Ford Mustang with a great move on the inside. And Josh Berry finds himself inside the top 5. A great pass by the number 21 Ford Mustang driver as Josh Berry continues to try to race big because he still needs a ride for next season in the Cup Series. Remember, guys, Jesse Love will be taking over as the driver of the number 21 Ford Mustang next season.
That may have, just may, have some implications. As far as the chase is concerned, you're looking at...
Uh-oh, and guys, SVG now finds himself in 9th place. As we see here, Ryan Priest has now worked his way up ahead of the number 97, currently in 8th, and that could definitely help him out. We see Ryan Priest is currently the first driver outside the top 16 here for the race for the chase. He's 45 points behind Austin Cindric right now.
Looked good. The 20, really all the cars up to top 6 looked decent in practice, but the 12 had a little something more than everyone else. But that was yesterday.
So Ryan Blaney has now worked his way to the back bumper of Ty Gibbs, trying to get that number 12 Ford Mustang up to the front. And we've got 1 lap to go here in stage number 1. Kyle Larson continues to lead. Christopher Bell has gotten ahead of the number 77 Chevrolet for 2nd, as we see Hosamar in 3rd. William Byron in the number 24 Chevrolet is in 4th. Josh Berry in 5th.
Comes off turn 4. He's never won a stage here. He does right now.
And Kyle Larson is your winner here after stage number 1 here in the 2026 NASCAR Cup Series race at New Hampshire Motor Speedway.
Second, Hosamar grabs 8 points. Byron over Berry.
All right, guys, so we'll go over the top 10 here as we get to a commercial break. What a first stage there, huh? Not too bad. Hey, my boy Kyle Larson finally trying to find a way to get to victory lane here in this one, man. Guys, this is his first ever stage win here at New Hampshire Motor Speedway. So Kyle Larson looking to do well at a racetrack that he doesn't normally do well at here at New Hampshire Motor Speedway. So we'll see what happens. All right, hope everybody's doing well. Make sure you guys please hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. Tim, did you see the number 54 car's back bumper rubbing like it might be? Tim, you need to stop. It's not funny anymore, okay? Like, look, bro, I would love to race with you, but you keep talking about rubbing back bumpers, man. We're not going to really be on the same page here, okay? All right, we need to keep it a little borderline appropriate here. And at this point, Tim has said this so many times, I'm starting to think he's got a crush on me. So, Tim, take it easy. All right, take it easy, Mr. Comedian Tim over here. Jeez. Mustang power move says, oh, mustache power move there, Robert says. Okay, I misread that there, dude. Awesome. Robert is racing too. Of course you would say that, Miles. Of course you would say that. Look at Miles coming in with the ba-da-ding. Oh, man. That is freaking hilarious, dude. Oh, man. Hey, guys, just want to give a big thanks to everybody hanging out with us yesterday for our live play-by-play for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers' second preseason game of the season. Remember, guys, only a few more weeks here of the NASCAR live streams, and then we're going full-on football here on Tim Reynolds Show, and hope you guys will come enjoy some of the most electrifying play-by-play here on YouTube today. It's Tim Reynolds Show. Now, let's go. Yeah.
Yes, sir. The teams have weathered the storm, and I've enjoyed my front row seat here watching this track change. Right now, really the only moisture I see is right off the seams, where those are so deep, the moisture is still seeping out of those right now. So you're going to want to keep your right sides off those seams as you go through the corner. The other thing I'm seeing in this car here, Dip, is that on exit of the corner on the bottom of the racetrack, there's quite a bit of moisture down there. And I know with this higher horsepower package, less downforce, you see a lot of drivers that want to dime in the corner, square off the exit, drive off low to keep that forward drive on the long run. So I'll be interested to see here on this long run if they can finally use that line. If the bottom will dry out. Turn 4 has still got a ways to go. I've had a blast in here, but if I stay in much longer, I'm going to need a ride in a cup car next week because I'm having too much fun.
Well, speaking of that, because you have that unique perspective, how do you think you would have gone behind the wheel? Would you like to have been out there in those conditions?
Hey, man, I mean, we're all pretty arrogant as race car drivers, so I feel like I could have been leading that thing. I don't know.
Thanks for the contribution again, Trevor. It's really good to have you in the pace car as our special analyst. Daytona 500 winner, Trevor Bain.
Be a split decision here, I think, at the front of the field, or I believe there will be. Maybe everybody will come.
Oh, guys, looks like everybody's coming to pit lane. Will anybody choose to stay out? Looks like Ryan Priest is going to stay out on the field, along with another handful of cars that may look to take the wave around. But, uh-oh! Look who's coming in with a $2 Super Chat donation. It's Ghost Honor 86 saying, Timmy, just want you to wax your what? So, guys, we do see Kyle Larson with a quick pit stop here. And a lot of other drivers going with different pit strategies here. I mean, strategies all over the place. And, oh, no! And William Byron drives away from his pit.
Now, Jack Jobs, he leaves. It's a timing situation. The tire changer had to go back in, gets carried out by the car.
And, guys, and Christopher Bell gets carried out his tire changer. And oh my goodness, guys, talk about chaos here on pit lane. We're going to have to get to this after this commercial break. There's a lot to go over here, guys. And cheers, everybody, popping a fresh one with a $2 super chat from our boy Robert here. Hey, we just popped open a cold one here too, huh? Hey, cheers, y'all. Cheers to Ghost Hunter. Cheers to Robert. Thank you guys for the super chat donations and appreciate you guys so much hanging out here for this live play-by-play for the NASCAR Cup Series here on Tim Reynolds Show. Cheers, guys. Let's go, man. Already beer number 2, but these are pints, so it's almost like 2 cans. Alfie's back! What's up, man? Echo! What's up, dude? Haven't seen you in a minute. Echo, welcome back, buddy. How you doing, man? Hey, guys, Echo's been on here for, I think, a couple of seasons as well during the football live streams with us. This is freaking awesome, man. Yes, Fresh Pop here as well, my mountain brother. Heck yeah, Ghost Honor 86. What's up, man? another one of our members here on Tim Reynolds Show and one of our new moderators as well. And guys, let's give a big shout out to Alfie Phillips in the chat. He signed up for one of our memberships here on Tim Reynolds Show. So congratulations to one of our Tim Reynolds Show rookie members. It's Alfie. Let's go. Yo, Echo, how you been, buddy? I think the last time I was here was Monday Night Raw a year ago. Well, Echo, man, I knew it's been a while, bro. Long time no see, man. Come on, we got to see you more often, bro. You've always been fun here in the chat. Always asking questions and stuff, too, man. So welcome back, my brother. Heck yeah, Robert, new member Alfie. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Yeah. Uh-oh, well, definitely ain't reading that comment from Ghost here. Holy crap, dude. Yo, guys, y'all better watch out, man. Not only is it cool to see Robert and Ghost kind of go at it with their puns and jokes with each other, kind of just a little jab to one another, if you will, but it's also pretty fun when we see these two get in it with these super chat battles. And guys, we only need 15 more super chats to reach our goal here today. So, hey, help out just like we see from our members here, Ghost Honor 86 and Robert M2775. Make sure you guys help support the channel. If you have any questions, any racing questions, any shout outs, make sure you hit me up with those super chats, guys. And now, guys, here goes William Byron as you see the adjustment trying to be made, and William Byron drives away before the pit crew member can get the equipment out of the car. And then right here, you're seeing the driver of the number 20 Toyota drug his actual car tire changer out of the stall.
Yeah, Chris Reddick check on the radio immediately said, "Is Blake okay?" And he is fine. I just asked Blake, "You feeling okay?" He said, "Yep, I'm all good." In fact, the paramedics came just a moment ago to see if he needed attention. He waved them off and said, "Nope, I'm all good." They stopped one time. They're going to stop here for a second time. They took on left side tires, and Blake Houston's going to come over here and make this third stop here for the 20 bunches to make sure that everything is all good with that right front. And they loosened them up a bunch, Steve, they said, because it's going to be in traffic, but great to report Blake Houston okay.
Well, the main thing is Blake Houston is okay.
All right, guys, so Christopher Bell, who had one of the fastest cars on the racetrack, now finds himself near the back of the pack, and you're going to see the same thing with William Byron with a piece of equipment leaving the pit box, which means now two of the fastest drivers here today are in the back of the field. Now, we've got some new leaders up here with some guys choosing to stay out here and also some drivers taking two tires. Looks like just about everybody took two tires. And your new leaders now are Ryan Priest and Smith here, Zane Smith. And there's my boy Chase Elliott right behind him and Kyle Larson in 5th place. And here we go. We're back. Green flag racing here for the NASCAR Cup Series. And we see the new leader, Ryan Priest. He's able to get a great restart here. And on the bottom part, as we see here, Zane Smith up right behind him on the top lane. They fall single file. Chris Buescher finds himself in 3rd. And Kyle Larson has gotten ahead of his teammate for 4th place.
Zane Smith and Chris
Excuse
Buescher.
me.
Here comes the 5 of Kyle Larson. Down low, inside.
And now Larson here battling side by side with Chris Buescher.
Bubba Wallace.
Buescher trying to hold him off, but Larson with those two good right side tires will be able to take that spot away easily from Buescher. How about Cole Custer, who finds himself now up towards the front as they stayed out and tried to battle here. We also see Riley Herbst and Bubba Wallace now inside the top 5. And Austin Cindric, he finds himself in 9th place. A great run there now with the pit strategy for Austin Cindric.
Keep an eye on Austin.
So Larson now falling back as we see Josh Berry now looking to the inside of the number 5. And Josh Berry again not making any friends out there as he drives into the back bumper of Kyle Larson. And hey, all is fair in that bumper. I'll tell you that, all is fair with that bumper. Because Kyle Larson, he was happily using that bumper earlier on Berry, and Josh Berry returns the favor.
Guys had a busy week. Ran 4th in the Governor's Cup. Number Thunder Road in Barry, Vermont.
Dude, Echo, that's crazy. Let me give you some big breaking news, Echo. We're actually going to be going to the 2027 Daytona 500 next year, where we're hopefully going to meet up with a lot of my subscribers here on Tim Reynolds Show, thanks to one of our members here, Robert M. Echo, you've got to come join us, man. And now continuing to battle here, Ryan Priest holds on to the lead. Chris Buescher battling behind Zane Smith for second place. We do see here that Chase Elliott's fallen back to 7th, but track position so important here that this could be a great gamble for the number 9 team.
Trying to rally and recover.
I'm telling you, Ghost, it's going to be a huge freaking party, man. Guys, we're going to have to tailgate all weekend. Seriously going to have to tailgate all weekend. And guys, man, we've got one of the best live streams we've had in a couple weekends here today on Tim Reynolds Show. Let's go. And oh, no! The 77 of Hosamar gets spun out. And there goes Joey Logano as well. And oh my goodness, with 102 laps to go in stage number 2, we see the caution flag come out.
A little bit of a hiccup, get you back in traffic. I had mentioned.
Woo, caution flag.
Stalled on his pit stop is kind of how he lost his track position. Some broken steering in the front, or something in the front is broken.
Guys, and this is not good for Hocevar. He was ahead of the 88 here as you see him going high up coming into turn number 4. And the 77 just gets loose up there coming down. The 88, oh no, we see the 77 ends up getting into the outside wall, then into the 88. So incidental contact. Joey Logano ends up spinning out as well as we see the number 3 of Austin Dillon get into him. And yep, you see there.
There's a touch there, yep.
And yep, guys, a slight touch from the 88 before the 77 gets spun around. And now with a couple of broken steering things now, it looks like this is going to be the end of the day for the number 77. And guys, man, some damage here from Austin Dillon after Joey Logano got loose. Woo! And Brad Keselowski got lucky, man. Very lucky.
Here we go. 88 there.
Yep. Contact with the 88.
And then it just hangs a left.
Wow.
Hangs a left, or he hung a left, but either way, the result is a wreck 77.
And this is exactly...
So Joey Logano here in the number 22 trying to lock up and avoid an accident. And the contact there to Joey Logano as he gets spun around. A couple of more bumps there from the number 3 of Austin Dillon. Dillon here trying to go to the inside, and he gets contacted as well, looks like by the number 7, and that's what led to the number 3 getting into the 22. And here riding behind, it's SVG seeing all this happen. No, that's Connor Zilic. You see the contact with the 77. Connor Zilic somehow makes it out of there with minimal damage. But the 88 Chevrolet takes out the 77 Chevrolet here, folks. And you see Eric Jones trying to get around that, and he does. But man, chaos here on another caution flag here in this one.
Track here, Steve. Wow, that was funny. It looked like something was broken, but it must have just been flat tires that had weight off the front tires. I don't know.
Let's have a listen to some radio from Connor Zilic, his perspective.
He did that to himself. He always does. How's your car? Good.
If you didn't catch that, Zilic said he did that, meaning Hocevar, he did that to himself. Jeff, what's your
Okay, guys, so Hocevar was able to go get some tires, and it looks like that car is decent here.
It's hard for me to imagine that a driver would turn left down the straightaway on somebody, but maybe that's what happened.
So, man, some slight damage now for the number 3 Chevrolet of Austin Dillon. You hate to see that. And now with this caution flag out, we're going to head to commercial break here. Connor Zilich on the radio saying Hocevar kind of did that to himself. And you can kind of see where Zilich is coming from there, guys. All right, so kind of explain a picture of what happened. You see the 77 Chevrolet. He's coming out of turn number 4, and down the front stretch, he's getting a little swirly with the 88 right on his bumper. And that 88 Chevrolet does get a little bit of contact to that back bumper, but Hocevar comes down on the 88. So technically, that's Hocevar making contact with Connor Zilich. And then, for whatever reason, we've seen a second contact, and at the right past the start-finish line, we see the number 77 somehow just make a sharp left and end up spinning out a really kind of weird caution here. The 88's pretty lucky. He did have a couple more bumps there with the 77, but it looks like he's good to go. But we actually seen Joey Logano end up getting spun out by the number 3 of Austin Dillon. Austin Dillon also got spun out with somebody contacting him, and you see some big damage on the front of the number 3 Chevrolet. So hopefully Austin Dillon can get that fixed, because he was running pretty well inside the top 15 here at New Hampshire Motor Speedway. So that's going to be tough for him. And Joey Logano, who's actually a guy who could win this race here today, he's been hot at the end of the season. That was a big spin out for him, and we'll have to see what the damage is for the number 22 Ford Mustang. And here we go, guys. Another $2 super chat here from Ghost. Honor here. Thank you, Ghost. I meant to sling that watermelon oil for Yoda. Yota? Okay. What did I miss here? Looks like I missed a lot. All right, what did I miss? I got to get caught up here now. Oh, boy. Man, they have some stuff called Purella that is sold, and it's reserved to affect the fatty liver. Okay. Echo says, I just watched a Dale Earnhardt documentary. Forgot it was Sunday. Oh, damn, are you kidding me, dude? Got to remember it's Sunday. Alfie, what's up, man? Ghost, those are for public consumption. What is he talking about? Okay. KC, what's up, man? Kenneth Clark, how you doing, man? Hey, my friends, how's everybody doing this beautiful afternoon? Went to church this morning and prayed for all of you. Remember, Rosalind in prayer Tuesday. She's having surgery. Okay, well, prayers to your friend Rosalind there. Thank you so much there for KC for not only praying for us, man, but God bless you too, man, for all the good vibes in the chat, dude. Water cheers to Tim. Heck yeah, Tim. Appreciate you there, dog. Okay, Ghost and Robert going at it with some very unique commentary here in this one. Barry don't play, says Ghost here, as we're looking at a replay again of what happened with Hocevar.
The contact right here. Watch the right front tire on Hocevar's car. Clearly input to the wheel. And then watch from this angle. Going down the straightaway. Contact right here. Car gets straight. And then, boom, right there. Turns to the left.
So Hocevar lucky to still be in this race right now, guys, after that caution. All right, as we get ready to restart here, trying to catch up with this chat here.
Let's get this going again.
Tim, you're the GOAT, says Alfie. Heck yeah, man. All right, here we go, guys, as we're back. Green flag racing here in stage number 2 at New Hampshire Motor Speedway. Ryan Preece has the lead, and we see Zane Smith right behind him, and here comes Josh Berry. Berry trying to make a run to win this race here, and he desperately needs a win. And we see there dive bombing the 38. Josh Berry takes over the second place position ahead of the 38 Ford Mustang. And now here comes Bubba Wallace. Bubba Wallace has poked his car inside the top 5, and what a run for the number 23 Toyota team. And we see right behind him, Ryan Blaney has made easy work of Zane Smith as the number 38 Ford Mustang continues to fall back here. But number 12, that Ford Mustang continues to drive up front. And now we're seeing 3 wide action in the back of the pack as Ty Gibbs tries to find a way through the mayhem, through the chaos.
Two guys on
and now, oh, here we go, a battle for the lead as Josh Berry dive bombs the number 60 Ford Mustang of Ryan Motor Speedway. What a run by Josh Berry, the number 21 Ford Mustang, now out in front here in New Hampshire. And oh, there goes Ryan Blaney. What a move to get to the inside of the number 23 Bubba Wallace as his team, his best friend, as they try to battle here.
Trying to recover from being in a first lap incident with Reddick. Not really in it. He had to just stop to avoid it. No damage, but lost his track position.
These two guys are on the same strategy, Jeff. They came in on lap 74, two-tire change.
So here we go, Blaney battling the inside of the 23 Toyota. This is a battle for third. Blaney's got a fast car, and he's going to overtake the 23 in the middle of the corner. Coming out of turn number 4, Ryan Blaney's in third place. But Bubba Wallace is not going away without a fight here.
Loudon. That's for third place.
And guys, Connor Zilic, unfortunately, now finds himself near the back of the pack after that last caution.
Very hard to carry enough momentum on corner exit, especially if turn 2.
So Trackhouse having some rough luck here
It's hard to get your
as
car
of
to
late.
rotate. Right here in the middle, you can see the advantage.
If you're going to come to the 500, we parking reserved in the mall parking lot outside of turn number 4.
He's gonna let him go.
Okay, Robert, that's good to know, man. Thank you.
Just feels like Blaney's faster.
Mrs. Reynolds in the chat, too. She's very excited about our NASCAR trip coming up, guys. As we see Ryan Blaney now in third place. And that number 12 Ford Mustang's one of the fastest cars on the racetrack right now.
Momentum, and this 12 team has been working hard to keep that momentum and also to close the gap on what has been the
So
dominant
Ryan
Toyota
Priest
this
now
year.
in second as Josh Berry starts to pull away now. And we see Ryan Blaney, 24 starts this season, 2 wins, 5 top 5s, 16 top 10s, which is tied for the most with Denny Hamlin. And he's led 708 laps this year.
Ryan Blaney's so
Excuse
good
me.
here.
What's up, Steve? 77 left turn. Heck yeah, man. And now here goes Ryan Blaney battling side by side with Ryan Priest. The number 12 Ford Mustang dive bombs the inside of turn number 1. And Ryan Blaney will take over second place here in the NASCAR Cup Series at New Hampshire Motor Speedway. What a great run here by Ryan Blaney as he finds himself now just moments away from battling for the lead here at New Hampshire. We are in stage number 2, 27 laps in of 115 laps here in stage number 2. But guys, Josh Berry needs this win more than anybody right now. Josh Berry does not have a ride secured for next season, with Jesse Love taking over as the driver for the number 21 Ford Mustang next season for the Wood brothers. So will Josh Berry make it into victory lane and give himself a shot to get a new contract offer for a Cup Series team next season? Well, what a run here for Berry, but we do see Ryan Blaney start to close that gap here between the number 12 and the number 21 Ford Mustangs.
Historical repeat between Josh Berry and Ryan Blaney. Let's take you back to last year.
And guys, last year, Josh Berry battling to try to catch up to the number 12 Ford Mustang and overdroves the corner there on the last lap. And we see Ryan Blaney get the victory last year here in Loudon. And Berry couldn't believe it, man.
Desperately disappointed. That would have been his second win on the season and second career win. But this man here, Jeff, was just too strong.
Yeah, he was. Josh made one big lunge at him and just got real loose on corner entry and couldn't make it stick. That lap, Blaney.
So we see here Josh Berry continuing to lead
And Jeff, we knew
and finished top 3 in both New Hampshire races in his Cup Series career.
Josh Berry, that he was going to be a threat again today. So when I talked to his crew chief, Miles Stanley, I said, yeah, but...
Echoes, yes, hell yeah, man. So excited for the NFL season to start.
After they ran some rain laps at Bowman Gray Stadium, he said he's very comfortable racing in the wet. And look what he did. Kept that car that qualified second out of trouble and finished 6th in the first stage to gain stage points as well. So good day for Josh Berry going here, leading the race.
So very good day for Josh Berry.
Rather than just hearing more words from us about what it's been a good recent run from Josh Berry, the numbers don't lie. 7th at Indy, 4th in Iowa, 8th last weekend in Richmond. He's on a roll.
Consistency. Bubba Wallace slowly working to the left side of Ryan Priest. Priest is going to make this pass very difficult.
Kim, what you got on Ryan Priest?
Yeah, Ryan Priest doing a really good job holding on with older tires. Remember, he did not come at the end of stage one. Crew chief Derek Finlay electing to keep him out if they were able to get the front row. They did. He led 17 laps on his home track. They came on about lap 90 and said 25 more laps until we pit. They will come down around lap 115. Marty, they've done a great job of giving him 5-lap increments.
All right, guys, so about 12 more laps before Ryan Priest and those other drivers that stayed out will look to come pit to get fresh tires and fuel here during this green flag run in stage number 2.
The 23 team qualified 23rd. Bubba Wallace was very upset, and his frustration came from the fact that we put so much effort into this race, and it just feels like it's not paying off. Well, it may not have paid off on Saturday, but it's paying off on Sunday. That effort.
And that's right, guys. Bubba Wallace, who struggled during practice and qualifying, finds himself here inside the top 5 at New Hampshire Motor Speedway. And after the last 3 finishes being outside of the top 10 and 2 of them outside the top 20, we'll see Bubba Wallace look for a great finish here in this one. As we're 3 wide with Hocevar getting some contact there with Logano. And oh my goodness, there Hocevar trying to battle between the 30th place car in Logano and the 29th place car in Eric Jones. And there goes Hocevar on the outside trying to make that pass work.
Still 3 wide.
And wow, what a run there. Logano took the inside away from Eric Jones. They split the number 43 Toyota. And now Hocevar and Logano are battling there for the 29th place spot. All right, so we are on commercial break. Please make sure you guys hit that like button and subscribe to one of the most electrifying sports entertainment channels on YouTube today. This is Tim Reynolds Show. Now let's go. Come on, guys. How we doing, man? The beer is typing for me. I meant me and my wife. What is going on here? Echo says, I know you love sports, Tim. I know you love sports, but can I ask your favorite video game, Tim? Yeah, so other than sports games, because I play Madden and college football since it came back out, I do like DBZ fighting games. Those are pretty fun. I've been playing DBZ Kakarot lately. That's been one of my funner video games that I've been playing. And then also PUBG, which is a third-person or single-person shooter online game that you can play almost like Call of Duty. It's another one of my favorite ones that I like. And yeah, mostly sports games, though, is pretty much what I play as far as video games. All right. I've also been doing NASCAR. Been playing NASCAR a couple of times lately on my video game system. All right, so here we go, man. I was hungry, I'd eat one. But during summer, you can't eat squirrels because they have toxin in their system. Robert, you're on autopilot, says Ghost. Okay. I have squirrel friend named Stubbed. What, Miles? That's weird. Tie-Dye brought me a 2-pound gray squirrel, cleaned it up for him, and killed it. And the squirrel tastes like dark meat duck. Well, I hope Tie-Dye enjoyed it. That's all I can tell you there, Ghost. Me for sure, plus the wife, says Robert. What are we talking about here? Mama fell off the bone. Tie-Dye's passed out now. There you go, Ghost. All right, cool. So Robert says me for sure, plus 1 with the wife. Heck yeah, Robert. So we know for sure we'll see Robert and his wife at the Daytona 500 coming up next season, guys, for the NASCAR Cup Series. Are you guys going to come join us? I hope everybody will come join us, man. All right, let's see here. What did I miss before this? Okay, yeah, big shout out to Robert, who lets us know where we're going to be parking here, guys, at the 2027 Daytona 500. If you guys are coming to the 500, we have parking reserved in the mall parking lot outside of turn number 4. So that's where we'll be pretty much tailgating, guys, and trying to meet everybody. I'm not going to try to have, like, some destination that everybody's got to go to and then try to go to the racetrack. I think what we're going to try to do, me and the missus, is we're going to try to get there the night before and maybe, like, tailgate overnight or maybe even possibly get in the infield. That way we'll be able to be there for a couple of days and continue to try to meet up with you guys. All right. So I think we're doing good here, catching up to the chat. Do you golf? I do play some golf. I haven't got to actually golf in a while, but I do have a golf course up the road from my house, which is fun to check out.
How much faster they are than the rest of the field. You may have driven away from everyone.
And guys, we are starting to see Denny Hamlin work his way up all the way to 9th place here. Talk about a comeback for the number 11 Toyota team. We also see Christopher Bell and William Byron have slowly but surely worked their way back inside the top 15. But we do have a battle here with first place. Ryan Blaney has caught up to the back bumper here of Josh Berry. Berry's going to have to make sure he holds his lines well to try to keep this lead here from Blaney.
Fast race cars help that, Steve.
Fast race cars always help. Some good recoveries in the field as well, as you see.
So Ryan Blaney now behind the back bumper here of Josh Berry, looking to take the lead over halfway through stage number 2. And for Josh Berry, he's finished inside the top 10 in the last 3 races. So looking to end the season, or I should say the regular season, on a high note here is the number 21 of Josh Berry.
Which is very impressive, because remember, when you come down a second time like Byron has to, you have to line up behind the lap down cars as well. I know there's only a couple of them, but it's 2 or 3 more cars you have to pass.
You mentioned Chase Briscoe for Joe Gibbs Racing, and he is the first car on that lap 74 strategy.
So William Byron up 12 positions since the restart. Christopher Bell up 9 positions, and Chase Briscoe's even done a great job of gaining 10-plus spots here in this one. Briscoe in 11th, Christopher Bell in 13th, and William Byron in 14th here.
With the rain, we haven't really been able to focus on what I would consider some standard talking points. A new tire combination here in New Hampshire. Jeff, we thought that it definitely lost more grip than tires have in the past. As you see Briscoe using those 4 tires to turn to the left side of Zane Smith, who's on much older tires. But I think you and I were both excited to think that tires matter. This is a track where we've seen track position really dominate. We would love new tires to be an advantage and, kind of encourage cars to be on alternate strategies.
So riding along with Chase Briscoe, he's having a good day. And now we see Christopher Bell side by side with Austin Cindric as the number 20 Toyota gets around the number 2 Ford Mustang. And now Christopher Bell is knocking on the door of a top 10 position here at New Hampshire Motor Speedway. The Toyotas are doing very well with 5 drivers inside the top 15 right now at New Hampshire Motor Speedway.
I thought yesterday he had one of the best cars.
I went to Speed Weeks in 2005 and shook hands with Jimmy Johnson. That's freaking cool, Jeffrey.
That would be a good day for us, and I was very surprised to hear him say that.
So now Christopher Bell starts to pull away here from Austin Cindric. And we still see Josh Berry holding on to the lead now, 48 laps into stage number 2. Ryan Blaney knocking on the door, but I think he's taking his time to trying to not overuse those tires. So Ryan Priest and Chris Buescher, teammates battling it out here for 4th place.
That way you had fresher tires for the second half of this stage. Take a listen to the radio communication.
125 to 130, or whatever that is. He's leveling out with these guys, man. We're good to keep running. You guys just got to figure it out, and I'll keep driving, okay? Let me drive. I'm sick of hearing it.
So the driver a little bit frustrated with over-communication from the team. So, Jeff, how much information is too information?
I'll be honest, I don't really need to know when we're going to pit. Just give me a couple laps before is all I need to know. But, every driver's different. Some drivers like to be involved in that conversation. But, Ryan Priest clearly is like, hey, look, you guys figure that out. I'm going to drive this race car. Just tell me what you want me to do.
That's what he was telling Derek Finley, just in a more assertive way.
Well, he does not have time to have a rational conversation.
Okay, guys, so green flag pit stops have started as we see here Chase Elliott, one of the first drivers to come pit after staying out after that last caution. He'll take 4 tires and fuel. A good 9-second pit stop there for Chase Elliott. So green flag pit stops have begun. Make sure you guys please hit that like button and subscribe to Tim Reynolds Show. Ghost Anderson, met Jeff Gordon, was so impressed, his humble personality to his fans, and made sure to sign a handicapped child's diecast after he agreed to do no autographs. That's pretty cool, man, Ghost. Thanks for sharing that with us, man.
See what new tires really look like. Because there have been races here, Jeff, when you leave pit road with new tires and you don't even really go anywhere.
All right, so Zane Smith and Austin Cindric now taking their pit stops.
Kind of does, but I would like to see the next lap.
Hey guys, check this out. This is just a short while ago. And yes, it's the two youngsters, Connor Zilic and Carson Hocevar. Zilic is on the lead lap. Hocevar's trying to get back on there. And they come together again. And then Hocevar runs Zilic high and wide.
Guys, Carson Hocevar not making many friends out there as you see the contact between him and the number 88 of Connor Zilic. Once again, those two youngsters getting into it here. And Hocevar better chill out, man.
They did tell him he's making good time through 1 and 2, but needs to figure out how to make better time through 3 and 4 using those 4 fresh good years going on at Sunoco Fuel.
So we see Ryan Priest comes and makes his pit stop, and so does the number 48 of Alex Bowman. And a great stop there for the number 48 team.
Kim, surprised Michael McDowell was able to make it last this long into that stage. Radioed pretty early into stage 2. He felt like he had a right rear vibration, but he was able to limp it all the way until 62 to go here in stage 2 for Michael McDowell. Kim.
All right, here comes Connor Zilic making his pit stop now.
Center loose firing off. You see the chassis adjustment to try and help that for Connor Zilic.
And a great stop there for the number 88 team. That's exactly what they needed. And oh boy, a very not fast pit stop there for Riley Herbst, the driver of the number 35 Toyota.
The historic, the famed Wood Brothers organization has never won a cup race here in Loudon. Well, they've never led this many laps until today. Congrats on achieving that, Josh Berry. 34 laps led so far. That's the most for this famed team. Could he take it all the way and give them their very first win here? On the circle back of the
Ooh, Robert, that sounds like a very, very good dish. Jeffrey saying, I used to do Mark Martin and Mike Skinner's pest control. Heck yeah, Jeffrey. And Echo says, I love Halo. About to pre-order a $120 collectible. Don't take financial advice from me. Okay.
He's just not going to drive the entire field to pit road, and that's why you're seeing kind of more of a trickle to pit road than everybody pitting on the same laps.
So guys, right now the fresh tires are only about 3 seconds faster than the actual drivers that are still out there, unused tires right now. So tires are not really a big advantage to come get, which means it's really not going to make a lot of difference to come in and pit right now with your racing team. So we'll have to wait and see what happens right now with a bunch of different drivers on different strategies. It's going to be very interesting to see what happens here. We are on commercial break, so make sure you guys please hit that like button and subscribe to Tim Reynolds Show, one of the most electrifying sports entertainment channels on YouTube today. And you know you want to like and subscribe to Tim Reynolds Show. Now let's go. Come on, man. Boneless chicken breast and slow cooker and a light glaze of spicy Mexican honey. Topped with a homemade salsa and a side of refried beans with spinach rice. That sounds delicious there, Robert. Funny story, actually gave Carl Edwards a ride when he was walking from an appearance back when he was a rookie. He was down to earth, hella friendly, invited me to his truck. Awesome guy. Ghost, that's pretty cool, man. Thanks for sharing that with us here today. Carl should have won a ship. Man, he came so close a couple of seasons, did he not? Carl Edwards, one of those guys you love to root for, man. So, very cool when he was a driver here. All right, guys, we're on commercial break. I need my moderators to hold down the chat for me here real quick. I will be right back. Gotta go hit the restroom. We're back. Hands are washed. Don't ask. Here we go.
Been talking about how the car was edgy, but said better on this run, Kim.
And for Chris Buescher in the 17 car, just height has been the issue.
All right, so a bunch of more drivers coming down pit lane for green flag pit stops here.
For the 11 car, Marty.
Christopher Bell made progress from the back of the field to the back half of the top 10 and kind of stopped there. He said the car just needed to be freed up a little bit more to be in that much of traffic.
Robert, can you email me, or says, can Ghost email me a bowl of that? What are you guys talking about, food recipes now? All right, so here we go. Kyle Larson's going to pit as well, and so does the leader, Josh Berry and Ryan Blaney. As a lot of the drivers inside the top 10 now come down pit lane halfway through stage number 2, 64 laps in.
Josh Berry on pit lane now. Took 2 tires last time. He'll take 4 this time, reporting to his crew that he is a bit loose for that race car because pretty much happy out front in clean air. Wood Brothers crew going to work now. 4 tires. He is done.
Look at this. Close.
And Josh Berry just able to beat out the number 12 of Ryan Blaney off the pit lane. And now we'll see here with these new Goodyear tires who will be able to come out and stay out with the lead here in this one.
That'll be a nice little cushion. Take a little bit of pressure off.
So right now, got to cycle through these green flag pit stops here, guys. Right now, it does have Noah Grayson as the leader, but Josh Berry comes out in second here after a great pit stop.
Taking it to the big names, racing at the front. Loving racing here in Loudon.
So Josh Berry gets around the number 77 of Hocevar pretty easily. And you already see it, Josh Berry starting to really separate himself from Ryan Blaney. Now, Blaney is a little faster in the corners, but Josh Berry does have the straightaway speed right now in that number 21 Ford Mustang. So Noah Grayson made his pit stop now, so Josh Berry takes over the lead. And we do see here Suarez in third, but he still needs to pit, and Cole Custard in fifth will still need to pit as well. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. has worked his way up to seventh, but he still needs to pit also. And how about the strategy here by Ryan Preece? He has now worked his way up back inside the top 5.
Cycling track position for those guys.
Bubba Wallace runs third at the moment.
So Bubba Wallace in third, a great run for him in the number 23 Toyota Racing Team.
Disappointed after qualifying yesterday, and has just methodically worked his way through this field, got himself up into that top group, and has stayed there, Jeff.
Yeah, he pitted a couple laps before the 21 and the 12. He was 5 seconds back, and now he's cut it to 2.5 seconds back. So I don't know, just a little bit on pit road earlier, Steve.
All right, so now Ryan Blaney, no lap traffic in front of him. It's just Josh Berry right there, but Berry's got some lap cars he's still trying to get around here. Currently holding on to the lead is the number 21 Ford Mustang. But right behind him, the number 12 Ford of Ryan Blaney. You can see right in the middle of the corner, Blaney has such good speed getting through the middle of that corner, but Josh Berry gets a little bit more speed coming down those straightaways. So Joey Logano coming down pit lane along with Cole Custard.
Comes pit road now to the attention of his crew. Yeah, they did some damage repair on that car. Now running a lap down is Joey, trying to make something out of today.
Back to the front.
It's fun watching this battle. Watch where each driver is trying to make speed. Watch his 12-car corner entry. He smokes it down in there, carries a lot of speed. And then right there, the 21 of Berry, that's where his strength is. Middle just past the middle of the corner. His car rotates well.
So, guys, they're talking about it on the broadcast right now with 46 laps to go. You see Ryan Blaney able to carry a lot of speed into the corner through the middle of the corner, but Josh Berry gets a lot more speed coming out of the corner. And right now, Josh Berry needs to just focus on his line and not worry about Ryan Blaney behind him. Blaney gets so close and then drops back and drifts away once we get to the straightaways here on the exit of the corner. So Josh Berry faster in the exit of the corner and Ryan Blaney faster getting into the corner. Oh, Robert says Ryan Blaney eating up stuff tonight.
Pretty quick, but then just has to take a beat to let the car probably do the rest of its turning.
So not a whole lot of brake for Ryan Blaney.
Keeps getting lower and
really
lower
just kind of playing with the throttle here. And you see Blaney slowly but surely getting up to that back bumper here of Josh Berry.
To the top. That's where the 21 is stronger. Whenever the 12 goes high, it's an advantage to Berry. Let's see what Blaney does this time. Back to that low line. Both of this racetrack look very similar, but they are not. They are completely different. The way the banking changes throughout the corner.
So we see here, guys, Blaney still right there at the back bumper of the leader. But Josh Berry doing a great job here with 42 laps to go in stage number 2 to hold on to the lead. Now we see Josh Berry has led more laps here today than he has in the last season of NASCAR.
Doing all he can to get by Josh Berry here. You know, it's interesting, Steve. Last year, Ryan Blaney, Jonathan Asser won this race, but Blaney admitted earlier this week, we weren't that good on short runs. That was our weakness on the 12 car. So they put a lot of effort into being better on those shorter runs. And if he is better on the short run, he could maybe make this pass for the lead.
So Ryan Blaney with 3 top 10 finishes here, or top 5 finishes here at New Hampshire Motor Speedway in his Cup Series career. Ooh, and guys, SVG is now fallen all the way back to 16th in the Chase Bubble point standings. Yikes. Robert says time to pop another. Let's go.
If you weren't with us earlier, unfortunately for Ross Chastain, he went out of this race earlier. 40 to go in stage 2 in this Dollar Tree 301.
All right, guys, here we go. We're on commercial break, waiting to get back to some racing here. Josh Berry continues to lead over Ryan Blaney. Those two are the only ones really within vicinity of each other because the third place car, Bubba Wallace, is about 3 or 4 seconds behind the leader. So you can see right there, almost 4 seconds behind the leader, and Ryan Preece is almost 7 seconds behind the leader, with Chris Buescher over 10 seconds behind the leader right now. So this is pretty much Josh Berry and Ryan Blaney's race right here. Interesting, our race tracker here has Ryan Blaney now in the lead, but Blaney is yet to make the pass here on the actual race stream. So interesting here. Are we a little ahead on our racetrack here? Maybe. So here goes Ryan Blaney. Blaney may be able to take over the lead here. Berry up to the high side. Blaney to the bottom. And there goes Ryan Blaney as he takes over the lead over the number 21 Ford Mustang. What a pass down the front stretch. And now we've got a new leader for the 2026 NASCAR Cup Series race here at New Hampshire Motor Speedway. Wow. Guys, Ryan Blaney makes the pass, and now he starts to pull away from the leader, Josh Berry. And for Josh Berry, this has got to suck. This has got to be a struggle for him after the same thing happened last year. Josh Berry battling behind Ryan Blaney over and over and over again to try to get to that lead, to get that win last year. And now, after leading the most laps he's led in quite a while, Josh Berry now finds himself in second place once again.
Dollar Tree 301 presented by Toyota. The second to last regular season race. Daytona International Speedway next weekend. You'll see it on NBC. Before we go into the chase, and yes, you see
the mustache will prevail, says Robert.
Blaney, the defending winner here in Loudon. Check this out.
It looked like Josh Berry got into the corner. Everything looked good, and then he just had to chase the car up the racetrack. And Blaney's car's been rolling the bottom really well and just took complete advantage of it. It's a little bit of a mistake from Berry, and then he's like, hey, I know you're quicker. I'm not going to drive into turn 3 on your door.
We mentioned earlier in the show, for those of you who weren't with us a little while ago, that the man sitting in between Steve and myself, Jeff Burton, a 4-time winner here in New Hampshire. Was there something that you did specifically that made you so good here? I mean, one of the races, you led every single lap. That was in 2099. You came from 38th to win the race. What did you do that made you so special here?
When you watch Blaney, that corner entry speed here, I think it's just free. I think this is one of those racetracks where you can actually overdrive the entry, and it doesn't hurt you that much. The center of the corner is so far away, you can get it slowed down and get it pointed in the right direction. That's what Blaney does as well. He carries tons of entry speed. I just think it's free. I think it's not much penalty if you make a mistake.
3 cars that are having very good runs today, and that is all 3 RFK Racing Fords.
So, guys, we did hear there them breaking down how to get into the corner here at New Hampshire Motor Speedway, a racetrack that you can really drive into the corners here with how long the corners are before you get to the middle of the corner.
Brad Keselowski 6th, so RFK really showing up. And I will tell you, this being one of the first weeks of 2 sets of tires and 50 minutes of practice, I wasn't sure what we would learn, and I think it really was a telltale. Blaney good in practice.
So now Kyle Larson up to the back bumper here of the number 6 of Brad Keselowski. Brad Keselowski, Chris Buescher, and Ryan Preece, the RFK Racing vehicles are doing very good here early on.
You're going to see them cycle forward as well.
I thought it was good. It gave the teams time to do something with it instead of rushing in your 25 minutes.
And I like
that 50-minute block, and everybody's together.
I like them all together because too many times I had to come into a Sunday saying I'm not sure because he was in the first group. With everybody in the same group, I think it's a little bit more fair to compare.
Well, Brad's one of those drivers that has been asking for more practice.
Kyle Larson is relentless here on this pursuit for the 6 of Brad Keselowski. This is for 6th place.
So we go, Kyle Larson still here battling side by side with Keselowski. A great run for Brad Keselowski here, currently in 6th in the number 6 Ford Mustang.
As it's time to go through the field.
But there goes Kyle Larson, able to make the pass to the inside of the number 6 Ford Mustang, and a great run here by Kyle Larson as he now finds himself inside the top 6. Ryan Blaney currently first. He started 8th, and now we'll see him try to get another win here in Loudon, New Hampshire at New Hampshire Motor Speedway.
They are there right now, but just 23 points separate Blaney from 4th place Tyler Reddick. He said there's a lot that we could gain, also a lot we could lose over the next 2 weeks. Dave, a New Hampshire win would go into the right category.
Here's what Josh Berry said after he got passed for the lead. Gonna have to make it better if you want to win. When I talked to crew chief Miles Stanley this morning, he said finishing 2nd last year, it stung. Sounds like it stung to Josh Berry too, Marty.
Dave, when I talked to Charles tonight, the crew chief for Bubba Wallace, I said, what do you need today? He said,
so Josh Berry, not very happy with his crew chief here, saying you need to make it better if you want to win here today.
We look like a completely different team over the last 2 months. This is the kind of run that 23-11 team needed, sitting in 3rd right now, Kim.
And Ryan Preece running in that 4th position, primed to earn some solid stage points after earning a few in the first stage as well, and that was their goal. Ryan telling me we can definitely take a big bite into that point sticker that SVG has on us. We're coming in with a mindset of trying to go for it all. Realistically, they feel like if the
Hey, thanks, Miles. Appreciate you, man. Ryan Priest currently in 4th right now in the number 60 Ford Mustang after starting 18th.
As we move to his teammate, Chris Berger, running in the 5th position. Talked to Crew Chief Scott Graves, who told me they found some improvements that he liked last weekend at Richmond on their short track program, but they can't hold serve knowing that their short tracks in the playoffs, so they have to keep digging. They tried something a little bit different yesterday in practice, felt good about the car. It had speed, balance was okay, but he said the biggest thing was in traffic, he was very good. The car had maneuverability. Right now, that 17, though, building just a little bit tight, Dave.
Kyle Larson, you saw him take 6th position. Cliff Daniels told me this morning that yesterday was a typical 5.
So Kyle Larson currently running 6th here in the number 5 Chevrolet after starting 9th. He's led some laps here as well. A great run here for the number 5 Chevrolet team for Hendrick Motorsports.
Actually, Jerry Bones told me that that driver is very adaptable. As many years as he's run this track and as many wins as he has, he's not afraid to change his line and make his car better. That's work today for him, Kim.
And Ty Gibbs running solidly in the 8th position despite battling a plowing tight car. So tight, in fact, the last run he said he couldn't do anything. Ask for Team Tyler Allen what their goal was over the
So Ty Gibbs reporting the car over driving the corner, not able to get that car to turn the way he wants to in the corner right now, as he currently rides 8th right now after starting 7th in that number 54 Toyota.
Keep doing what we're doing, but at the next level. As we move to his teammate, Denny Hamlin, running in that 9th position. Hamlin having a good day after having to fall from the back. Remember, he was part of that early incident, although didn't get major contact on that 11 car. The goal for this team heading into next week, Chief Chris Gale told me, don't lose 39 points this week so we can walk into next weekend carefree. Don't look now, though. His competition, the 2nd place in the standings, Ryan Blaney, currently at the point that might throw that 11 team, Marty, for a little bit of a loop.
That's right, guys. Denny Hamlin has worked his way up back inside the top 10 after getting involved in that incident early on where there was no damage, but Hamlin lost a lot of track position when Tyler Reddick spun out with the lead. And we see here Chase Briscoe currently 10th after starting 17th here as he tries to get that number 19 Toyota up towards the front here at New Hampshire Motor Speedway.
Remember, Lee, they had that tire go down in practice yesterday, but so far he's been okay with 22 to go here in stage 2.
Yeah, running nicely in the top 10, working away at it. It's worthwhile saying, too, that we are over the halfway mark of this race in case weather turned against us. It looks pretty stable right now. It looks really stable for Ryan Blaney up front.
All right, so Ryan Blaney continues to lead here at New Hampshire. We've got 20 laps to go till the end of stage number 2. And we're a little over halfway through this race here at New Hampshire Motor Speedway. Josh Berry, who led the most laps here thus far, currently in 2nd place now in the number 21 Ford Mustang for the Wood Brothers. And he already getting into it with his crew chief, letting him know that, hey, you're going to have to make this car better if you want me to have a chance to win this race, because right now, Ryan Blaney has the fastest car on the racetrack. Bubba Wallace currently in 3rd right now. We do see RFK Racing doing pretty well for themselves as, oh, Bubba Wallace gets really loose here. And oh my goodness, he almost gets into the number 9 Chevrolet of Chase Elliott. And I think there was Bubba getting around the number 9 to lap him. And no way, man, that almost ended the day for both of them. Bubba threading the needle between the number 9 and the number 34 there. Then, geez Louise. And Robert wants to know, hey, chat, can we beat the heck out of this goal tonight? Come on, chat. Here we go. We only need 14 more super chats to get to our goal here today. Come on, help out the channel, guys. Let's go. And don't forget to please like and subscribe to Tim Reynolds Show. Right now, Ryan Blaney continues to lead. He is coming up on lap traffic here, so we'll see if he's able to get caught up by Josh Berry trying to get around this lap traffic here. Thank you for the $1 super chat donation from Ghost Honor 86. Appreciate you there, brother. So continuing to battle here, Eric Jones looking.
Encouraging you to stick around after we are done with the race and post-race coverage here on USA.
All right, guys, make sure you like and subscribe to the channel as we get back to racing here on the NASCAR Cup Series.
Really great to hear from legends of the sport, current drivers of the sport. Pleased to say that our very own Steve Letarte, Kid Coon, part of the Americana three-part series that is on tonight after we are done here from New Hampshire Motor Speedway and our post-race
So
show.
Ryan Blaney just behind. Hey, look at that, Robert, with a $5 super chat donation. Thank you, Robert, for Alfie, a new member, sending those British pounds. Heck yeah,
Let's try and
man.
get some help from the 4 of Noah Gragson just to make life a little easier, because Josh Berry had eaten into that more than 1.5 second lead.
Hey, Ghost, that's totally cool, bro. You're all good, man.
Gragson side by side with the front row driver.
He's fighting hard to try to stay in the lead lap.
So Blaney finally able to get around Noah Gragson there.
There's a big gap between
but you do see Josh Berry close that gap a little bit here after those lap cars.
So the last 6 races have been something of a yo-yo type experience for Tyler Reddick. Bad result, good result. Bad result, good result. We'll talk about the guy who won the Daytona 500 in 5 races this year. And Dave, this weekend has been emblematic of that as well. Bad qualifying, bad practice, great qualifying. And the rest is similar.
No, sorry, my friend. Yeah, this has been, after he finished practice poorly yesterday, he just kind of gave a belly laugh on the radio coming in. But they qualified on the pole, and that was just a result of hitting everything perfectly, set up change.
And guys, Tyler Reddick has worked his way up to 13th here after going all the way back to 34th with that spin out earlier on.
So he's picked up spots, and he just radioed his team a few laps ago. Vibration has been pretty good on this run, and I would say so when you're going the right direction.
I will tell you, sometimes, this car was backwards on lap 3/4, right? They can come back and finish inside the top 10.
So right now, 12 laps to go. Not much action going on here, guys, as we ride around here with Tyler Reddick, who's making a great comeback here after spinning out earlier in this race, working his way up from 34th and now currently in 13th place. Right in front of him here as well is also William Byron, who's had to overcome leaving his pit box with equipment, which meant he had to do a pass-through penalty and go to the back of the field. After leading some laps here early on, he now makes his way up inside the top 12 right now. Christopher Bell, the same thing. After getting into some incidents early on and some mess-ups, he now finds himself back inside the top 15. Chase Briscoe with the top 10 run right now. And Denny Hamlin, who also was involved with that spin-out with Tyler Reddick earlier in the race. We see Hamlin now finds himself back inside the top 10.
Run 5th, because I passed him 3 times during the day.
By the way, that move there was for 12th. And just going back to the up and down nature of the day and recently on the season for the 45 of Reddick, when he was sitting at the front of the field sideways before completing lap 1 today, I wonder if it ran through his head, is this another Iowa, where he crashed out after just 4 laps? Remember that? Turn 1 in Iowa. He's like, not again. But unfortunately for him, he got away with it.
You had mentioned Noah Gragson racing Blaney hard for the free pass. Well, why does that matter? Here's Blaney. Behind him, the 21 of Berry. Well, now the next 2 large cars in line are Gragson and Austin Hill. So Gregson's trying to get in front of the 33 for the free pass. He's going to roll to the outside of the 33 right here. Puts himself back into the position. This could be a huge swing at the course of the day if you can stay in the lead lap. Now, the other challenge is in the next 9 laps, he can't allow Blaney to catch Zane Smith. So right now, Noah Gregson's trying to race his own race, but he's hoping his teammate Zane Smith can find a way to stay in front of that 12 car.
This is Kyle Larson.
So here we go, guys, as Ryan Blaney continues to hold on to the lead in the number 12 Ford Mustang. Kyle Larson working his way around the number 17 of Chris Buescher. And now the number 5 Chevrolet finds himself inside the top 5.
And hats off to Kyle Larson, who has taking more than one black eye from Mother Nature in his attempt to run the double in Charlotte and Indy. So for once, Mother Nature helps, delays the Knoxville Nationals, and gives him a chance to run the race.
It was wild how many people were watching his aircraft, heave. They said it was the most watched aircraft in the world for that period of time.
I was listening to an interview this week on Sirius XM NASCAR with Cliff Daniels, his crew chief, who some of the credit goes to Cliff for getting him there. But Cliff was very open in saying, hey, don't put all the...
All right, so here we go, guys. They're talking a little bit about last week with Kyle Larson. 7 laps to go here. Ryan Blaney continues to lead over Josh Berry. About a second and a half here. Bubba Wallace still over 4 seconds behind the front 2 cars right now with Ryan Preece and Kyle Larson, who we're riding around with right now. Almost 14 and 15 seconds behind the leader. Right now, SVG, his lead has shrunk to only 31 points above that cut line, especially with Ryan Preece having a great run here. And for SVG, since they went back to slicks, he's going backwards here in this one. Praise God, he's our Lord, Savior, and Holy Spirit. Yo, thank you, Ghost, for the $2 super chat donation and the beautiful message to go along with it. So SVG now falling 31 points now above the cut line. Ryan Preece really cutting into that points lead, or I should say that points deficit here on the chase bubble. And man, for SVG, this is just not a good run for him after starting out so great early on.
Blaney has a nearly 15-second lead on 4th.
Pretty crazy, isn't it?
Wow.
Here we go.
Point opportunity here be taken away from Preece.
So that's right, guys. Now Kyle Larson has made his way up to the back bumper of Ryan Preece as the number 5 Chevrolet looks to gain that spot away from the number 64 Mustang. Preece currently in 4th. Larson currently in 5th. They get around that lap car and Riley Herbst, now it's down to these 2 drivers. Which one will be able to make the pass here with 3 laps to go here in stage number 2?
There's only 15
Miles, hallelujah!
3 laps to go in this stage.
So here we go, Ryan Preece under pressure from Kyle Larson. Larson continuing to keep that pressure there on the back bumper. Now looking to the inside of the number 60. Preece trying to hold on the outside lane. He does going down the backstretch, but how long can he hold off Kyle Larson here? As we see Ryan Blaney make his way through turn number 4 down the front stretch, and now 2 laps to go for Blaney, who has almost a 15-second lead over these 4th place drivers.
Well, you mentioned it earlier, Steve. The big picture for Ryan Preece and RFK is to make it into the chase, and they have trimmed that 50-point deficit to Shane Van Gisbergen to 31. There's just 1 lap to go, presented by Credit
So
One.
here we go, guys. 1 lap to go in the final, or it should be the final lap here in stage number 2 at New Hampshire Motor Speedway. Blaney way ahead in the lead here now.
In front of him, and he cannot find a way around him, and that has allowed Blaney to run it down.
That's Daniel Suarez that he's able to clear.
And coming out of turn number 4, it's going to be Ryan Blaney, who's able to win stage number 2 here for this Dollar Tree 301 at New Hampshire Motor Speedway. A great stage victory there for Ryan Blaney. And Ryan Preece ends up holding on to that 4th place spot with Kyle Larson finishing 5th.
Lap all the tires. Nice job.
So that will take us to the end of stage number 2. Drivers will get a chance to go hit pit lane
At the moment, it sure looks
and
like
get some
Ryan
adjustments here. All right, guys, we are on commercial break. Did you buy a die cast, says Ghost? Yeah, I need to get some more die casts, honestly. Ghost, yes, about half a day later, they said, nope. Were you signing up for a club or something there, Robert? I guess we'll find out. But, guys, we only need 11 more super chats to reach our goal. Let's go. No, but I want like a few, like 800 or so, says Robert. Okay. That's quite a lot. All right. Thank you, everybody, hanging out here on Tim Reynolds Show. Don't forget to please hit that like button and subscribe to one of the most electrifying sports entertainment channels on YouTube today. It's Tim Reynolds Show. Now, let's go. All right, guys, we'll get to the end of stage number 2, going over those top 10 positions here that were able to win stage points after stage number 2 here as we get ready for the final stage. Make sure you guys like and subscribe to the channel, and we'll be right back, guys. Your host has got to go hit the restroom. That beer's kicking in, damn. All right. Moderators, hold on to the chat for me, man. Ooh. There we go. All right. We are back. Hands are washed. Thank you guys for asking.
Yeah. Zip.
I'm all jacked up on NOS for a while. Man, I could use an energy drink right now.
Delivering value, convenience, and discovery every day for over 40 years. There's Eric Jones, driver of the Dollar Tree Toyota.
All right, guys, so points earned today. Kyle Larson with 16 points. Ryan Blaney with 15. Josh Berry with 15. Christopher Bell with 10. Ryan Preece with those 10 crucial stage points that he needed to get here today. We see Bubba Wallace with 8. Carson Hocevar with 8. William Byron and Ty Gibbs with 7 points earned thus far today. And Brad Keselowski earns 5 plus points here to the positive here in this one. All right. So let's go ahead and go over stage 2. Do they have stage 2 here yet? Oh, I guess not. All right, so all the drivers come down pit lane here, and we'll try to get this refreshed for you guys so we can go over who was able to get those stage points here after stage number 2. Miles, you had enough power in a small country in Europe. He was like 9 years old. Oh, shit. I love NOS and Monster, but after what it did to the heart, I dropped them. Hey, Ghost, totally understand the same thing, man. That's why my wife doesn't have me drinking much sodas anymore either. All right. So here we go. A lot of the drivers heading down pit lane here. And we'll see who's able to come out with the lead. Will anybody gamble? I don't imagine. Ryan Preece with a fast pit stop. So does Bubba Wallace here. But Bubba having a tough time getting out of his pit stall. And oh no! Ryan Blaney with a terrible pit stop here. And he's going to lose the lead. Bubba Wallace takes over as we see Kyle Larson gets 2 spots as well. Chase Briscoe, another big winner here on pit lane as we look at what happened here to Ryan Blaney.
Problems for the man who has the fast car and who has led 41 laps today. Blaney's going to be playing catch-up.
Guys, the front left tire was not on tight when Josh Berry went to leave. And guys, or I should say when Ryan Blaney went to leave. Thank you, Robert, for another $1 super chat donation. And unfortunately there, because of that, we're seeing him lose his spot here. Okay, guys, we did get the stage 2. All right. Boop. All right, so after stage number 2, Ryan Priest gets those 10 crucial stage points here, or excuse me, Ryan Blaney gets those 10 crucial stage points here in the number 12 Ford Mustang. Josh Berry ends up finishing second here in the number 21 Ford Mustang to get those 9 stage points. Bubba Wallace finishes third in the number 23 Toyota. He gets 8 stage points now after stage number 2. Ryan Priest gets crucial, very crucial 7 stage points here for the number 60 Ford Mustang, finishing fourth. We do see Kyle Larson gets 6 stage points here after finishing 5th in the number 5 Chevrolet. Brad Keselowski ends up finishing 6th here and earning 5 stage points in the number 16 Ford Mustang. Chris Buescher ends up finishing 7th here in the number 17 Ford Mustang, getting 4 stage points. Ty Gibbs ends up finishing 8th here in the number 54 Toyota to get 3 stage points. Danny Hamlin, who finishes 9th, gets 2 stage points here in the number 11 Toyota. And Christopher Bell rounds out your top 10 after stage number 2 here in the number 20 Toyota and gets that 1 stage point for that 10th place finish. All right, so going to the leaderboard here, getting back on the race tracker as we get ready to get back to the restart. Make sure you guys please like and subscribe to the channel. Yeah, I don't think Hendrick Motorsports is cursed there, Miles. It's just been a kind of up and down season for them. You know, it is what it is.
Hampshire. Oh boy, how quickly things turned for the 12, Steve.
Yeah, this team had pit crew issues early in the year, but they've really cleaned it up. Been clean since Sonoma, but this will make the 9th major mistake for the 12 car. Watch the left front. The exchange looks okay. I believe what happens is the lug nut that is supposed to stay in the socket is gone. Tire changer takes it off his belt, starts it, tries to tighten it. It doesn't thread correctly. Then they have to stop the car, jack it back up right there, pause it. You see the lug nut down here in the ground. There you go. Now the tire carrier is going to pick up the lug nut, put it on. You have to jack the car up to tighten the wheel. Result of the calamity drops Blaney all the way back to 14th. Let's listen into the radio.
Come on, dog. Hey, man. Is it tight? Is all tight or anything about it? No, you're good. You're good.
I'm sorry, Jeff, but they were rough
so
early.
Ryan Blaney's pit crew ranks 32nd
9th
in
the, year,
the NASCAR Cup Series, and you can see right there Ryan Blaney not very happy with his pit crew here.
You know, it's just so hard to recover from them. On the other side of that, Bubba Wallace came on pit road running 3rd, and he came out with the lead. Bubba Wallace's pit crew is ranked 8th on the year.
Wow. Hey, guys, I want to give a quick second here to acknowledge Ghost Honor 86, Robert M2775. Apparently, both of these guys have dealt with heart issues, with Robert even telling us here that he joined the Zipper Club with a 14-inch scar down the center, double bypass. Wow, guys. Like, that's not only very bold and nice for you guys to share with us here, but talk about a testament to both of these guys' spirit and their belief in the Lord, because I got to tell you guys, man, anybody going through that, it would not shock me for them to, like, lose hope and sort of think that there's not much left for them in their future. But how about these two guys, man? Really overcoming adversity, one of the biggest adversities you could ever face physically with heart issues. Hey, thank you guys. Ghost Honor, Robert M. I will forever be your guys' friend, man, for what you guys have done here with us, man. I do appreciate you guys. And look at that, even Robert saying, all young men, take care of your shit. And here we go. We're back. Green flag racing here for the final stage for the NASCAR Cup Series at New Hampshire Motor Speedway. As Christopher Bell dive bombs the inside of Chris Buescher, the number 20 Toyota makes a push for a top 5 spot. And what a great pass by the number 20 Toyota. On the outside is Brad Keselowski, trying to hold on to that top 5 position, but now a battle for the lead. Bubba Wallace side by side with Josh Berry. Berry not able to hold off the number 23 Toyota as Bubba Wallace leads here at New Hampshire. But here comes Josh Berry, dive bombing the inside of turn number 1. He runs that car high. Bubba Wallace switches lanes to the bottom lane. lane, trying to get around the number 21 Ford Mustang. And continuing to drive here very competitively. How about Ryan Priest? A great restart has him inside the top 3 here. And now Larson in trouble as Christopher Bell knocks on the door of the top 5 here, or the top 4, I should say. And we see there Larson holding on to 4th place. Christopher Bell in 5th. But oh, Bubba Wallace went high upside in the top lane, and that opens up a lane here for Ryan Priest.
He's flying around the outside.
And man, here comes Chase Briscoe. Briscoe side by side with Tyler Reddick. Tyler Reddick has now found himself back inside the top 10 after the early spin out that almost ruined his day.
He's able to do it.
And there, Chris Buescher trying to hold on to 8th place. Both Tyler Reddick and Chase Briscoe right there breathing down his neck.
Big picture-wise, he said that I felt the same about Richmond until we started getting good results there. So I'd like to turn it around here in Loudon. So far, so good for the.
So my next live stream outfit will be tomorrow for Monday Night Raw.
Oh, Briscoe sideways.
And man, Chase Briscoe's got that number 19 Toyota sideways as Denny Hamlin able to get around the number 19 teammate and now works his way back inside the top 10.
Not quite close enough to make that move stick. And here comes Hamlin. Denny is in the top 10.
And that's right, guys. Denny Hamlin and Tyler Reddick, both of those Toyotas have found their way back to the front after the earlier caution that sent them both to the back of the pack. So Chris Buescher now trying to hold on desperately to a top 10 spot here, right behind his teammate Brad Keselowski. Chase Briscoe right behind Hamlin and Tyler Reddick.
Most of the leaders had sub 10-second pit stops.
BuildSubmarines.com rear view camera looks at Chris Buescher to the left, Tyler Reddick to the right. There's Hamlin just peeking up the inside. And here comes Ryan Blaney. Remember, he started in 14th. He's made up 2 spots already. Right behind him, that 4.
So Reddick able to drive that car up the racetrack there, almost into Chris Buescher. Buescher able to hold on to that spot, but now Hamlin going to look to take advantage of that aggressive passing attempt by Tyler Reddick. And here comes Ryan Blaney. Ryan Blaney battling back as he tries to get back inside the top 10 as he battles side by side here with Chris Buescher. Or excuse me, that's Chase Briscoe. And Chris Buescher up in front of Denny Hamlin and Tyler Reddick as those Toyotas are now side by side battling here with 2 more Super Chat donations here from Ghost Honor and Robert M. Thank you guys for those $1 Super Chat donations. Appreciate you guys. Only 10 more to reach our goal, ladies and gentlemen.
Now he's trying to get by the 11.
So continuing to battle here, Ryan Blaney works his way up to 11th, around the number 19, and oh, Briscoe got really loose.
I've seen more cars be able to recover, even that, recover from running all the way up to what I call the 3rd lane and still have speed on corner exit.
Yeah, I agree. I think that extra horsepower really helps. Oh, contact.
Oh, and there we go. We've seen some front bumper contact from Ryan Blaney, getting into the back bumper of Denny Hamlin, and Hamlin returns the favor, coming back down on the number 12 Ford Mustang, and Hamlin is refusing to let that go. And we've got a caution out, and the number 77 of Hocevar spins out, and we've got less than 100 laps to go here at New Hampshire Motor Speedway.
And think about the gamble for the free pass, the cars we just mentioned. Joey Logano continues to fight back on the lead lap. Stenhouse after damage in the wall. Bowman and Jones. Gambles paid off. They all get a lap back.
Great call by Mike Kelly.
All right, guys, so with that caution, a lot of drivers are going to be able to get back on the lead lap here. And here's what happened to Hocevar. And you see the 77 just gets loose, spinning out in front of the 3 of Austin Dillon.
And then eventful for this team.
Yeah.
I know that it's a success.
Yo, man, Ghost. Have no memory of a solid month. Died in a life flight. God allowed me back. Trust me, God is real. Jesus is your Savior. The Holy Spirit is our comforter. Pay to receive him. Beautiful message, man. Beautiful message, Ghost. Seriously. That is very awesome and very personal for you to share something like that with us. And thank you so much, man. Uh-oh, and guys, not too many drivers coming down pit lane after this caution, but Christopher Bell, one of the first, and it's kind of a split crew here with the top 10. It looks like a lot of these drivers are just going to top off.
The pit crew is even ready for Denny to come down pit road, Kim.
Yeah, as we just saw Denny Hamlin and now Christopher Bell on pit road.
It was right sides for Christopher Bell as Hamlin wraps up that 4-tire top. Ryan Blaney also coming here. Steve, to your point, 97 to go. They can make it to the end of the race from here on fuel. Can the tires make it to the end of the race? That's the question.
Well, we've seen Ryan Preece really care and manage his tires very well. That was a costly stop for Denny Hamlin.
You play by the rules. Then things happen.
All right, guys, so we see there Denny Hamlin's pit crew, I guess, not on the same page or just a bad pit stop. And unfortunately, that's going to drop Denny Hamlin back in the pack here. But I think a lot of these drivers are trying to pit right now thinking they're going to make it the rest of the way on fuel. Now, they can, but are the tires going to last over 90 laps? I think that's a stretch there, if you ask me. So with a lot of other drivers staying out on the racetrack, yeah, going to be very interesting what's going to happen here, guys. Now, after this caution, if we stay green for a little while, that could mean a bunch of different racing strategies coming up now for these NASCAR racing teams. So whether or not you take tires now, because if everyone came in for fuel, they can make it to the end of the race on fuel right now. But that is not the case with that tire wear. Right now, you're only getting the better of those fresh Goodyear tires for about 30 to 35 laps. So when you think about that, you're going to try to make those tires go 3 times as long as really what they do when they're new. Ugh, that's tough for anybody as far as a race strategy here. All right. So waiting to get back to the action here, folks. Don't forget to please hit that like button and subscribe to Tim Reynolds Show.
History book. The chase begins September 6th on USA.
This week on USA.
Bum-ba-dum-bum. That's right, guys. The race is coming up here soon. Yeah! And another $1 super chat from Ghost Honor 86.
$95 to go in this stage, in this race.
Oh.
How is it going to play out? Well, it's not playing out the way that Denny Hamlin hoped, that's for sure.
No, Denny Hamlin stops at his pit stall, only the 4th one on pit road. Gas man's ready. Everybody else is on a lunch break or miscommunication. I'm not sure what happened with the 11 car. So let's listen into the 11.
Be ready. Be ready. We're coming, dragging the lot. 8 away. 5, 3, 2, 1. 4 tires, guys. Go, go, go. 4 tires. 4 tires. What are we doing?
What are we doing? That seems like an accurate statement. Some sort of code word on the backstretch, and then 2 people on the radio at once. Then Denny or the spotter saying they're coming. I get so irritated with these code words. I understand if you're leading the race and you're coming to the end of the race, 2 versus 4. There's a moment in time where hiding your poker hand makes a big difference. But I see more mistakes than I ever see somebody copying one another. And right there, cost the 11. It seemed like the 11 driver had a plan. And I'm not sure what the crew chief's plan was because I don't have their cheat sheet. But the pit crew, the crew chief, and the driver were on 3 separate plans, or at least 2 separate plans, and it cost the 11 some track position that they have worked most of the day to
So,
gain.
guys, you're not going to believe this, but apparently Denny Hamlin's pit crew was not on the same page. And now after he drove from the back of the pack to get inside the top 10, now Denny Hamlin finds himself at the back of the pack here once again as we're about to get this restart here with less than 100 laps to go. If you're Denny Hamlin, you got to be pissed right now. Where did he end up? Where is he at? 16th? Wow!
Yeah, steak, chicken, they didn't know even what to order. They were totally lost on what the enchilada was.
It was should have been churros.
I mean, that's for dessert.
Marty, what you got?
Praise God for all of you here. Appreciate you there, man.
Issue. It will spike very quickly. Talked to Bobby Dell from the Hendrick engine department. He said there definitely is an issue. It's coming down under caution, but it could be a problem later for Chase Elliott.
Toyota Camry XSE pace car leaves the racing surface. We're ready to get back to it here. Josh Berry.
So here we go. We're back. Green flag racing here for the NASCAR Cup Series at New Hampshire Motor Speedway. A great restart for Josh Berry, who shoots out in front with the lead. Ryan Preece battling side by side with Bubba Wallace, but Bubba gets a great exit on the corner number 2 and tries to get to the back bumper here of Josh Berry.
Runs third. Reddick makes a big move on the inside of Keselowski down into 3.
And Tyler Reddick trying to make a move on the inside of Keselowski, but here comes Bubba Wallace using that front bumper there on the back of Josh Berry. And now side by side, the number 23 Toyota with the number 21 Ford. What a battle! Bubba Wallace takes the lead in the middle of turns number 1 and 2. What a great pass by Bubba Wallace. And continuing to battle here, Josh Berry falls back to second, Ryan Preece in third, and Kyle Larson finds himself in 4th place. And here goes Denny Hamlin. Hamlin trying to take advantage of those new Goodyear tires. And there goes Christopher Bell as well, right behind Tyler Reddick and Brad Keselowski.
Another yellow will absolutely probably bring guys in for fresh tires, but right now Bell in that 20 car is leading that pack.
So a great run here. How about William Byron making his way back inside the top 10? Christopher Bell currently in 8th. A great comeback for him as well. Right in front of him. Oh, we see they're almost getting into the back bumper of Tyler Reddick. Here's the number 20 of Christopher Bell, who gets great exit speed out of corner number 4. 90 laps to go now here, ladies and gentlemen, as we see 3 wide with Ryan Blaney on the inside of Chase Briscoe and Chris Buescher. What a run here for Blaney, who's trying to desperately get back inside the top 10.
Blaney goes to the inside of Chase Briscoe. So
and Blaney able to make it work here, but Briscoe is the one able to hold on to that top 10 spot, while Blaney's right there knocking on the door.
Watch how far that Ream 20 Toyota Camry can go.
So Christopher Bell has now made his way around the number 45 of Tyler Reddick, and now Bell finds himself inside the top 6. Able to finally get around Brad Keselowski. A great pass there from Christopher Bell. So Keselowski now trying to stay inside the top 7. Right behind them is Tyler Reddick and William Byron. But here goes Ryan Blaney, almost getting into the driver's side door there of Chase Briscoe. Then you can see the number 12 Ford Mustang trying to overdrive the corner. And Josh Berry, who's right behind the leader, Bubba Wallace, continues to try to get closer and get the lead back from the number 23 Toyota. Berry's having a very good run here.
Too smart for him. Pinches him off.
Jake, what's up, man? So battling here, ladies and gentlemen. Bubba Wallace has the lead in the number 21, or excuse me, number 23 Toyota with the number 21 Ford Mustang. Josh Berry right there behind the leader.
Keeps the 12 car pinched off. That takes a lot of trust to do that. You have to understand and believe.
Oh, and Chase Briscoe makes an aggressive move to the inside of William Byron, heading into turn number 1 and looking for a 3-wide pass. Briscoe cannot hold it, but coming out of the corner, he's still side by side with Byron. And oh my goodness, there's Ryan Blaney looking to get to the inside of the 19. Chase Briscoe not backing down here. And Briscoe able to get out in front of William Byron. But Byron on the outside, number 24 Chevrolet, keeps that battle going.
That fight you see between Briscoe
and continuing
Byron,
to battle
the
here.
top 10. 8th, 9th, and 10th, Reddick, Briscoe and Byron.
All these new tires are not giving them the advantage they were hoping for.
Yeah, only 10 laps fresher. I completely understand why Bell took 2. Now, I also understand why all these cars pitted. They needed the fuel to make it to the finish, and they thought 4 tires, even if it doesn't benefit now, Jeff, maybe that left rear. They want to have that fresh left rear as we run.
Jake Jacobs, Ryan Blaney getting screwed over by his pit crew once again.
Green flag cycle in the middle.
You saw Christopher Bell earlier working on Brad Keselowski. He is by him and cleared him.
And here goes Josh Berry right to the back bumper of Bubba Wallace. We could have a new leader here soon, folks, with 83 laps to go here at New Hampshire Motor Speedway. And what a great run here by Josh Berry. He's trying to get the lead back from Bubba Wallace. Bubba trying to get a big win here to help solidify his spot in the chase.
I know there's a long way to go. There's still 83 laps left in this race. But updating you on the points, down near the cut
and another $1 super chat donation here from Robert. Thank you, Robert. Appreciate you, man.
50-point deficit at the moment as they run. He's trimmed it to 29. That's huge.
You just don't need as much luck at Daytona. You know, you think you might be able to get 29 by outrunning, score some stage points, run in the top 10, both stages, top 10 in the race. You can see that that's a possibility.
Yeah, SVG not having a bad day.
No.
Now, guys, with that super chat, only 10 more to reach our goal. Thank you, Robert. Appreciate you, man. So Bubba Wallace continues to hold on to the lead. Ryan Blaney continues to work his way up inside the top 10, getting around the number 24 of William Byron, and now Ryan Blaney knocking on the door of a top 5 spot. And Tyler Reddick out in front of him, Brad Keselowski in 7th out in front of those guys.
Really well, so it was kind of ironic that Bubba passed him on the restart. But remember that tense conversation the driver and crew chief of the 21 had? It was about you are better longer in the run. Steve talked about a good long run company right now, and you could see him right there. He's testing Bubba Wallace. He's getting closer as the laps add.
And guys, Ryan Blaney now side by side with Tyler Reddick as Blaney tries to get inside the top 8. And there goes Ryan Blaney, able to just get ahead of the number 45 Toyota. Tyler Reddick will have to fall back as Ryan Blaney gets that number 12 Ford Mustang up to 8th place. Oh, and the front bumper from Josh Berry just moved Bubba Wallace out of the way to take the lead back here with 79 laps to go at New Hampshire Motor Speedway. Josh Berry laying it all on the line, getting that bumper into Bubba Wallace, and now Bubba's right there trying to take the lead back, coming down the backstretch. What a battle here, and now Ryan Priest finds himself inside this battle here as Bubba Wallace takes the lead back, and there's Ryan Priest. He's right there. It's a 3-car battle for the lead with 78 laps to go. And what a move there by Bubba Wallace, able to come back around the number 21 Ford Mustang. And now Ryan Priest on the outside gets around the number 12, 21. And there goes Priest. And what a run here for Ryan Priest.
Be more aggressive. The 21 moves the 23 out of the way. The 23 says, not having it. It ends up costing Josh Berry a position.
Oh, no, and we've got a caution out on the racetrack, and now Carter Zillage ends up running into the number 35 Toyota as Riley Herbst gets spun out, and the number 88 with nowhere to go does not see that incident.
Between turns 3 and 4. That's Connor Zillage, wrong place, wrong time.
Safety personnel got there, AMR safety team got there as quickly
And Connor Zilic looks like he's going to be knocked out of this race with that incident. And the caution flag is out with 77 laps to go.
That lead was heating up.
Good to see the wind in that down.
Is Michael McDowell in the 71, Delaware Life Car. They're fighting over position there.
That is a huge hit. Impacts at this racetrack are always big, and that's, gosh. McDowell drives in the corner. Actually, it feels like Herbst comes down on him.
So it looks like the number 77 or 71 of Michael McDowell gets into the number 35 of Riley Herbst.
Here comes the 88, very late, but the front tires are locked up. I'm not sure what happened to the 88. Whether we didn't see it, we've got the front tires locked up. Pit road may remain closed now that we have the 88 on the apron. One of the later impacts. Not sure exactly what information the 88 had.
That was the view from Austin Dillon.
I just wonder if Zilic is on the straight, right, and he can't see it happening just from the angle that he is. You know, they were kind of high when they entered the corner, so he just wasn't able to see it.
Riley climbs out.
Boy, that was a thunderous hit.
See, right here, corner entry, Herbst looks like he's trying to get to the second or third lane.
So you see Riley Herbst comes down on Michael McDowell, and Michael McDowell pretty much just runs into the 35 as he gets hard into the wall there, and that's going to end the day for the number 35 Toyota. But then you're seeing Connor Zilic, like, how does he end up getting into this? You see Zilic not right there. Looks like he came in hot.
That replay again, the 88 was behind the 3, and he had the front tires locked up and smoking. So I don't know if the 3 lifted and it caught Connor off guard and he got the brake pressure up with the tires locked up, but he was coming into the watch the wreck first. Wreck's gonna happen.
And coming in, here's the 88 of Connor Zilic.
You're gonna see right here. Pause that right there. Look at the 88. He's behind the 3, and the front tires are already smoking. So I'm not
sure
it
looks like the 88 already had some issues getting into the corner.
And crew chief Derek Finley for Ryan Friesen. I don't like our options, but we can make it here on tires.
So a lot of pitting here happening with the leaders now.
Got a word from Bubba Wallace about the contact from Josh Berry. He told his team, I'm just trying to manage my runs. Whatever you do, don't make my center too tight, Dave. Josh Berry said the car was a little tight. Center loose.
Oh, and Ryan Blaney beats everyone off the pit lane with 2 tires on this stop. Joey Logano gains 12 positions with a 2-tire pit stop. Talk about a gutsy move from Joey Logano. After being dead to rights earlier, it now looks like Logano's going to have a chance here.
AWS AI is...
Robert, really? Wow. Gross. Guys. Come on. All right, we are here on commercial break, guys, with another caution flag out. This is our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So this is our 6th caution flag, not counting the cautions after the stage breaks here, guys. So a lot of action here at New Hampshire Motor Speedway as we continue to bring you guys some of the most electrifying live play-by-play here on YouTube today. It's Tim Riddle's show. Now let's go. Come on, guys. Miles, everyone loves picking on Tim. Everyone does. I've dealt with it my whole life. This is what happens when you're a freckle-faced redhead. You just get picked on. It's okay. It's all right. These fools think I go to the bathroom and don't wash my hands. Come on, man. Y'all freaking crack me up, man. Can I pet the dog? Yeah, the dog is sleeping right now. I do got to get out there and feed my pets, though, as soon as this stream is over. Everybody. Everybody.
$3.301. Boy, it's been an eventful day. This event is presented by Toyota, and we have had everything. We've had the rain, we've had the race start on wet weather tyres, the competition caution to change to dries, some terrific racing, a variety of leaders like Josh Berry, Ryan Blaney, Shane Van Gisbergen, William Byron, Bubba Wallace. We've had some crashes, we've had controversy.
We've had confusion.
Confusion.
Add that to the list.
Over which Mexican dish? Oh, yes, it's
what a day.
What a day.
Look at that. No, this place is full and fun. Man, it's been quite a day for these fans.
Yeah, and you also have the rain probably kept some people away. But the 21 car, Steve, in position to win a race, it's been a struggle on pit road.
Clean right side. You go to the left side. It's hard to tell from this angle exactly what happens. Right rear or left rear is pretty quick. Left front, slow to be tightened up. Very heads up by the jack man, not dropping the jack too soon. We see that happen a lot, but definitely a slow left front on the 21.
This is the 88 car from earlier. I wanted to go back and revisit it. I believe he's got the front brakes locked up, so the car won't turn. And then when he gets down there far enough, he can't lift off the front brakes because it's not going to slow down. So just a really difficult situation. I've been there, done that, made that mistake.
And can tell you that Connor Zilic has been released from the infield.
Yeah, Robert, it looks like they will be in Daytona next week.
From that young man about that incident.
So, all right, as we get ready for the restart here, guys, make sure you please hit that like button and subscribe to Tim Reynolds Show.
71 to go. I'm not committing. This is the last pit stop.
All right, well, let's get to it. The credit ones to watch. Jeff, you're up first.
Well, you just can't count him out. Joey Logano spun on lap 84. Then he stayed out, got back in the lead lap, took 2 tires from 16th, and now he is sitting here running in 4th.
Well, how about Bubba Wallace? He really showed up on that last run, currently 6th. First guy with 4 fresh tires. He's led 6 of the last 7 races this season. Maybe this is the race where he leads near the end.
All right, guys, so a bunch of drivers stay out. Ryan Blaney, or I should say a bunch of drivers took 2 tires on those pit stops there. So Ryan Blaney comes out on the front row with Chase Briscoe. William Byron back now inside the top 5. And we'll see how the restart goes. And we're back. Green flag racing here in New Hampshire Motor Speedway. As we see here, Ryan Blaney holds on to the lead. Bubba Wallace dive bombs the inside of Joey Logano. And here comes Ty Gibbs as well on the inside of his teammate, Christopher Bell. A good battle here. Briscoe on the outside with the number 24. Chevrolet on the inside. William Byron trying to hold on to second, but Chase Briscoe in the number 19 Toyota takes over second place. And Danny Hamlin starting to drive away now with 69 laps to go. Hey.
Oh, the 21, a late lunge into turn 1.
And guys, there the 21 Ford rushes the number 48 up the racetrack, pushing Ty Gibbs up to the top lane in front of Kyle Larson. But the number 21 of Josh Berry smoking the tires as he comes in hot and oh no! And guys, William Byron just lost his tire and spins out, getting into the wall. And talk about the mistakes here, folks.
Something does not feel right. I don't know what's going on, but something does not feel right. Clearly, it was the left rear tire.
Just started on the front row. Last on pit road at 227, but remember, they only changed 2 tires. They hadn't changed 4 tires in quite some time.
Add that to the list of crazy things that have happened today.
Wow!
Let's show you again what happened to the 24
So William Byron was up towards the front, and his rear wheel apparently was wearing down and just pops off. The wheel just pops off. The wheel just came off the race car. Are you kidding me?
That is a helpless thing for a driver. There's absolutely nothing you can do.
View from Ty Gibbs.
I'm telling you right now, if I'm William Byron, I am freaking pissed. These pit crews are messing up a lot today, guys. Wow.
Trouble for the 24, not more than just this wreck, but since the tire came off on the racetrack, there's going to be some suspensions of pit crew. It's in the rule books, but it's 2 weeks. So when you talk about heading into the chase, you know, we reset at Daytona, but then you go to Darlington, which is the mono 4 tires all day long, 8, 9, 10 pit stops, and they're going to lose a couple crew members. So we'll have to just see as that progresses throughout the week. But I think the last time they were on 4 tires, they had like a 9-second pit stop, a great pit stop back at lap 203. That would be the last time the left side was changed. They came on 227. They only changed 2. You would think if they knew they had an issue, Jeff, they would have just changed 4 when they came down to 227. So they must have felt that the issue was, you know, that it had no issue, I guess is my point.
So I know we've already done our credit one bank ones to watch. Can I add? Can I be greedy and add another one to that?
Going to take William Byron?
No. Have a look at Zane Smith.
Oh, yeah.
Look at this. A Front Row Motorsports Ford. He's on the same strategy play as Blaney and Briscoe.
Wow, guys.
Not Bubba Wallace, but others around
This
him.
is crazy.
He's had 2 starts here. His best is 27th, and Zane Smith runs 4th.
I cannot believe what we're witnessing here, man.
He needed, or he wanted that thing to kind of run. Because Wallace jumped up on those 4 tires. Priest jumped up on those 4 tires. You know what I mean, Jeff? 4 tires, got a couple spots, and now we're going to reset them again.
Yeah, and the restarts are only going to be more aggressive. We've seen how aggressive they are already. You're going to have to just take it to the next level. Briscoe and Blaney, those guys have been battling each other all day.
Dude, Robert, that's what it looks like, man. But, man, that's just as bad as what happened with Ryan Blaney's crew. And now Blaney's in the lead, but William Byron's probably going to be pretty much done for. As far as a chance to win this race, but jeez, man. I mean, can you imagine? You're just racing the heck out of that car and the tire just falls off? Yeah, you're pissed.
Draw your attention to next Saturday night. It's the Coke Zero Sugar 400 Daytona International Speedway on NBC. Under the lights at Daytona. It's going to be so much fun. Pre-race begins at 7 Eastern. And we'll go racing at 7:30 again next weekend on NBC.
We're witnessing a lot of crazy stuff here in this one, Mrs. Reynolds. I mean, gosh, man.
And that race, it could be
wow.
very, very critical on who makes these chases or this chase or not. And one person that he's sitting there running 26 right now, Austin Cindric. You know, he is one of those guys that he's going to need to go to Daytona potentially and have a good run.
And I'll add with now 30 cars on the lead lap with all this string of cautions that you can be having a good day and have an issue on the backstretch coming to the checkered and give up 10, 15, 20 points.
Scoring just updated. Cindric is actually 19th.
Yeah, pardon me, I misspoke too because scoring hadn't updated when I was talking about Ricky Stenhouse up as high as 15th. He's further back than that.
So now with 65.
So guys, with 65 laps to go, we get ready for the restart
here. You said it earlier. This race tends to be calm, long green flag runs, then you get a caution, and then it turns into chaos. And
I agree with what you're saying there, Ghost Man. They need to go back to the 5 lug nut system. I have never seen more tires come off of race cars than we have ever seen with this 1 lug nut system. It's stupid. Go back to the 5 lug nut thing. It's a little old school feel anyways for the cars. And these cars, like Ghost is saying here, that they're way too heavy. Look, Ghost, you make a very good point. These cars are way too heavy to be on a single lug nut, man. This is crazy, dude. Miles having fun watching Tim Reynolds show. Let's go, Miles. Appreciate you there, pal. Hey, we try to bring the excitement and fun here, guys. Always.
Interesting. I would say Carson Hocevar has all the ingredients to make a restart more interesting.
Got his teammate Daniel Suarez right ahead of him. Let's check in with Dave Burns. What you got, Dave?
Gotta love three-time champ Joey Logano. After his team fixed the car and he was in the free pass position, he said, yeah, kind of wanders the straightaway, but I guess it's not awful. They got back on the lead lap. They are running in the top 10, Kim.
And for Ryan Preece, they've set the stage on who in front of him has 2 tires, who has 4. They feel very good on the long run. Their strength today, Marty, has been balanced. Migration has been very minimal.
Kim, Lee mentioned it could come down to who took 2 and who took 4. Jonathan Hassler told me the decision to put Blaney back out front with the right side tire change was, quote, a no-brainer. Lee, the best car all day long, sits here with the lead with 64 to go. Can they finish it off?
Trying to defend the win of a year ago. Great point.
So here we go, guys. Ryan Blaney and Chase Briscoe on the front row. Zane Smith and Bubba Wallace and Ryan Preece and Christopher Bell right behind the leaders as the green flag is out. And we go back racing here as Christopher Bell looks to dive on the inside of Ryan Preece. It backfires, but there's Chase Briscoe to the inside of Ryan Blaney coming out of turn number 4. The number 19 Toyota trying to take the lead away, but Blaney with a nice run on the outside. Blaney continuing to battle side by side with Briscoe. Some smoke coming in the back of the pack here as we see drivers battle for position on this restart. Joey Logano gets a little loose as he falls backwards, and we're starting to see the number 21 of Josh Berry make his way back up towards the front. Ryan Blaney still side by side with Chase Briscoe as they come out of turn number 2. Going down the backstretch here, there goes Chase Briscoe to the inside of Blaney. Briscoe trying to take over the lead of the number 19 Toyota. A great run here coming out of turn number 4.
Versus Toyota.
And there they go, side by side. Blaney just barely holds on to the lead.
In this Dollar Tree 301.
But Chase Briscoe coming right back into turn number 1.
I thought Blaney had Briscoe beaten a lap ago right here. But that 19 car with really good grip on the exit of 2.
How about Noah Gragson having a terrific run in the top 10? Talk about those front row motorsports Fords. Now Blaney.
And there we go, battling here as Ryan Blaney continues to hold on to the lead, and we got 60 laps to go here in New Hampshire.
Still scrapping it out. Fighting over 7th
And you
place,
can
a
see
little
there
further
Josh
back.
Berry battling for 7th place with Kyle Larson. Larson with a nice run here, getting back inside the top 10.
For third on those 4 tires.
Christopher Bell now gets around Zane Smith for a top 5 spot. Here comes Bubba Wallace trying to make his way up to the back bumper of Chase Briscoe.
Blaney is stretching.
Sure is.
And Blaney's starting to find his groove now.
Fastest lap, and it is the Hurricane. Carson Hocevar hasn't been the day he wanted. He's 3 wide on the inside there, by the way. And he said that on lap 143. This is Ty Gibbs and Josh Berry going at it. Denny Hamlin is watching what they're up to down into turn 3.
Not the restart Josh Berry needed. Oh, Gibbs way up.
And Ty Gibbs gets way up the racetrack into Josh Berry. And Berry not going to like that as he tries to hold on inside the top 8. Right behind them is Denny Hamlin. Hamlin worked his way back inside the top 10. And there goes Hamlin, dive bombing the inside of his teammate, Ty Gibbs. A great run for the number 11 Toyota. But Ty Gibbs holds on to the outside.
Extension, feeling good about life.
And a great run here as we see the 23 Toyota looking to the inside of the number 19 Toyota as we see Bubba Wallace find a way to get out into 2nd place. And he does pass Chase Briscoe in the number 19. So a great run there for Bubba. And now we'll see if Bubba Wallace has anything for the leader, Ryan Blaney, who's starting to pull away here with 57 laps to go. Heck yeah, guys. Appreciate y'all hanging out here on Tim Reynolds Show. Don't forget to please hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. All right, guys, we're here on commercial break. We'll get back to the action here shortly as we do see side-by-side here action as we see Ty Gibbs looking to the inside of Zane Smith and trying to get around the number 38 Ford Mustang as Ty pushes him up the racetrack and Hamlin right behind him looking to take advantage of this battle between the 54 Toyota and the number 38 Ford Mustang. Mrs. Reynolds' next-gen cars have a single lug nut. Don't like it, never will. Robert and Ghost, completely agreement there with you guys on that. And look at Echoes, still trying to get me to say that name, and I will not, sir. I will not do it. And here we go. Ty Gibbs able to get around the number 38 of Zane Smith. And now Denny Hamlin says, I would like to oblige there as well as the number 11 Toyota gets around the number 38 Ford Mustang. All right, Josh Berry now able to get that number 21 Ford Mustang around Kyle Larson for 6th place. And Berry, one of the faster cars on the racetrack right now. Believe it or not, guys, Carson Hocevar has got the fastest lap right now in the number 77 Chevrolet, but he's nowhere to be seen inside the top 10.
He has not only cleared those he was racing with, like Chase
Not
Briscoe
bad, though.
and
He
Bubba
is in
Wallace,
16th.
But the big difference is, come back to that decision. Do you take 2 or do you take 4? Well, we've got an even split at the front because Blaney, who pitted on 227, the same as everybody else, took 2 tires. Bubba Wallace, who was chasing him down, took 4. Is that going to be the winning difference with 52 laps to go?
That's right, guys. If we stay green flag racing here, we're going to have ourselves a battle up towards the front.
Chase Briscoe looking at one of his JGR teammates.
He's going the wrong way. It wasn't long ago we saw him racing Blaney for 2nd.
So looks like, unfortunately for Chase Briscoe, that car's starting to fall off a little bit here and not turning very well for Briscoe.
As Josh Berry arrives on the scene, 4-tire stop for Josh as well that last time.
So Josh Berry knocking on the door of a top 5 spot here as Chase Briscoe's fallen all the way back from 2nd to 5th place here. And there goes Josh Berry to the inside of the number 19 Toyota. And Berry able to get back inside the top 5 here. A great run for the driver of the number 21 Ford Mustang.
A little bit ago could really be costly. He's doing a good job of getting himself back through the field.
The difference is, in years past, Jeff, that would probably have been the last pit stop of the race regardless. With the tire fall off this year, I don't think it'll be just an easy decision to come put 4 tires on it. Probably some guys will think they can stay in old tires, 2, 4. It'll be
and Chase Briscoe gets a little loose getting into turn number 1, and that's going to open up a lane here for Kyle Larson as Larson looks to get around the number 19 Toyota for 6th place.
Restart or a mistake, that was where you were probably going to settle in.
A great run here. Larson has a nice inside lane move and pushes the 19 up the racetrack. And Chase Briscoe got loose there. And no!
That's all the way off turn 2 as well.
Tell us more, Dave.
Transmission problem for the 43 of Eric Jones. Such a good weekend for the whole company and the sponsor, and this is not the way he wanted to end it.
His results of late don't reflect how much improvement this team has made.
So, guys, we're starting to see Eric Jones slow on the racetrack here. A broken transmission is what the report is, and that is a tough end to his day.
It's finally shut off.
Tell you what, that 2-tire call is working just fine right now for Blaney. He's extending his lead over Bubba Wallace. It's gone from 1.4 to 1.6 seconds just in the last lap. Meanwhile, here comes Christopher Bell.
So Christopher Bell battling with Ryan Preece for 3rd place. Bubba Wallace, the only person close to the leader. Ryan Blaney, as you see Eric Jones slowly limp into pit lane.
So we'll see. This is a fair fight. 47 to go from here.
So Christopher Bell trying to get that number 20 Toyota back up towards the front at a racetrack that he dominates here with 47 laps to go. Ryan Preece with a great run as he tries to battle to get inside the race for the chase. He's now only 27 points behind SVG after coming in 57 points behind the last spot for the race for the chase. Yeah, you're right about that there, Robert. Could see people having to save tires. Show me a Ford, Chevy, or Yoder with one lug nut, not happening. Robert, you're right about that there,
It's a
bro.
little free right there. You can see how loose he is on corner entry, but Bell's taking advantage of
Christopher Bell now side by side here with the number 60 Ford, but Priest still holding on.
That free on corner entry is really difficult to deal with. The positive is right here, the car turns, points, and it makes really good rear grip on corner exit. The corners are so long here, Steve.
So Ryan Priest getting great speed out of the corner, but getting into the corner, Christopher Bell a lot more speed here. And with those two battling, Josh Berry right behind them looking to get inside the top four here.
He's hoping he can get a little diamond maybe and try to get the 20 and the 60. There you go, up the track.
And up the racetrack here, we're seeing that Ryan Priest still able to hold off Christopher Bell here.
Top 5 all season. And he sits in third at the moment. 44 laps from home and fighting to try and make it into the chase.
Talked about a hometown from Connecticut, the driver, Mohawk Construction on board as well. Longtime supporter of Ryan Priest.
So again, Christopher Bell closing the gap here, but it's actually Josh Berry who's gotten closer to both of these cars with the number 20 Toyota and the number 60 Ford battling for position here. Ryan Priest has seemingly won the battle for now, but we do see the number 20 Ford creeping up behind both of these drivers.
A lot of Ryan Priest t-shirts.
All right, thank you everybody hanging out here on Tim Reynolds Show. Make sure you please hit that like button and subscribe to the channel.
To race in the Northeast. He came here as a kid, used to ride his bicycle around here when he's...
All right, guys, it looks like we're going to head to commercial break with 42 laps to go with Ryan Blaney leading in the number 12 Ford Mustang, Bubba Wallace in second in the number 23 Toyota, and Ryan Priest currently in third in the number 60 Ford Mustang. But Christopher Bell in the number 20 Toyota is trying everything he can to get around Priest for that third place spot, and right behind them is Josh Berry with a great top 5 run here at New Hampshire Motor Speedway. So, all right, thank you, everybody, for hanging out here on Tim Reynolds Show. Make sure you please hit that like button and subscribe to one of the most electrifying sports entertainment channels on YouTube today. It's Tim Reynolds Show. Now, let's go. Hope you guys are ready for what should be an exciting end to this race here. All right, guys, going to have to take another little break here. The beer is kicking in. So, moderators, please hold down the chat for me. We'll be right back. Thank you, guys. Ugh. All right, we're back. We're back. Sweet.
You gotta remember, 2 versus 4 tires. It's not a huge difference, just a handful of laps on the left side.
All right, so we see here Bubba Wallace still trying to get to that back bumper here of Ryan Blaney, but Blaney actually looks like he's starting to really pull away from Bubba Wallace now in the number 23 Toyota. Blaney able to take 2 tires on that last stop and overcome the bad pit stop that his team had earlier on in this race. Guys, his team, his pit crew ranks 32nd in pit crew rankings right now. So 78 laps today, 708 laps led through the first 24 races here today. So over 800 laps led coming up here for Ryan Blaney if he can win this race here at New Hampshire Motor Speedway.
With 37 to go. Recovery for Bubba Wallace from qualifying yesterday when he was very upset. They started 23rd today, but on pace and on merit, Bubba has driven to the front of the field, still dealing with the same handling issues, Kim. He's fought all weekend long, but he's made it work here at New Hampshire sitting in second.
And Ryan Preece has more comfortability here than any other place, so I asked him what a home run at this track would be. He said a lot of stage points. They've done earned 10 today. He said contend for a win, running third. I'd say they've also done that. He said
and Ty the Sports Guy says, let's go Briscoe. Right now, Ryan Priest, New Hampshire's his hometown track, doing as best as he can to hold off Christopher Bell. So Christopher Bell now on the inside of Ryan Priest. And there goes Christopher Bell as he looks to get around the number 60. He's had 7 runner-up finishes this season, and he's not looking to finish runner-up once again. As the number 20 Toyota battles here. There goes Josh Berry trying to thread the needle between both drivers. And what a run here by the number 21 Ford Mustang. And now side by side with Ryan Priest for 4th place. There goes Josh Berry able to get around the number 60 Ford Mustang. And now he tries to catch up to the back bumper of Christopher Bell, who finds himself in 3rd place here with 34 laps to go at New Hampshire Motor Speedway.
And Bubba Wallace has just shaved about 3/10 of a second off Ryan Blaney. This is it, 1st to 2nd.
He has consistently been faster than Blaney. Blaney just ran his slowest lap. He's run in quite a few that time by. 1/10 of a second, Wallace is quicker.
It has been somewhat of a drought for Bubba.
So Bubba Wallace now, slowly but surely, getting up to the back bumper here of the number 12 Ford Mustang.
Really good runner-up spot San Diego, Coronado, but he would love to get a win.
Uh-oh, Josh Berry now side by side with Christopher Bell. And Josh Berry able to get around the number 20 Toyota for 3rd place. Josh Berry is far from done. Here in the number 21 Ford Mustang as he tries to get that car up towards the front here at New Hampshire Motor Speedway.
I think he's going to be quite a bit faster than the 2 in front of him. I don't know if he has enough time.
So now we've got 31 laps to go here, ladies and gentlemen. Josh Berry starting to close the gap here, but does he have enough time to get up to the leaders? Bubba Wallace still starting to fall back now as Ryan Blaney runs a very good race here, but those tires are going to start to wear down even more in these last 30 laps here.
Well, it's crystal clear that the 21's way better than the 20, because that gap is growing rapidly. This will be a first lap in clean air. Let's look.
Left side of the 23 ran about the exact same speed. The 21, the fastest.
The question is 2/10 or 1/10 and a half over 30 laps? It's going to be a long way to travel. I think his real hope is that the 12 maybe catches some traffic at the back of the field. It's about a quarter of a straightaway ahead. I don't know if he'll really get there. I guess he will, probably in the next 10 or 12 laps. As we watch and enjoy this, I want to draw your attention to a couple of other things that are going on. Front Row Motorsports at the moment with Zane Smith and Noah Gregson have 2 of their 3 cars in the top 10. That's an outstanding result. Tyler Reddick, 5-time winner this year, who started on the pole, spun around by himself before the first lap in the wet was complete, regathered himself and has worked his way back up to 12th. Ahead of Briscoe and Logano, the battle we're watching right now. Hocevar, who is involved in what could be argued a self-induced crash earlier in this race. He's been in 2 cautions.
So does it go over what happened here earlier on in the race, guys? Come on, Priest. I will not be hurt if you win this against my boy Blaney. Come on, Robert. And oh, some contact there between the number 22 Ford Mustang and the number 19 Toyota. This Chase Briscoe lets Joey Logano by there after that hard-fought battle. And Logano trying to get back inside the top 10. And Chase Briscoe continues to fall backwards with that 2-tire race pit strategy. Unfortunately for his pit crew, that's not going to lead to the win here for Chase Briscoe.
In the center of the corner for the 19, and they're also talking about how much speed they give up on entry. Yeah, great point, Jeff. A moment ago, Chase Briscoe was battling for the lead. Now he's trying to hang on there way back in, where is he? 14th right now, trying to hang on to that over Hocevar.
You see how high the 19's running in the corner. Compare him to the 77. The 19 runs up clear out of the dark pavement area. Look at that. That's like the 4.5 lane.
All right, there's some traffic coming up ahead for race leader Ryan Blaney.
So here we go, guys. 26 laps to go. Ryan Blaney still with the lead here. Bubba Wallace making his way to the back bumper of the number 12. And hopefully, with this lap traffic, that can allow Bubba Wallace to have an opening here and get to the back bumper of Brian Blaney now with 25 laps to go.
Josh Berry out. If something slows this 12 car down, like this traffic you're talking about, Josh Berry is quite a bit. He is 2 to 3 tenths faster than his 12 car. 25 laps to go. He's going to have a little help, but that is by far the fastest car on the racetrack.
Blaney, Bubba, and Berry to fight it out with 24 to go when he crosses the line this time. Dave Burns, tell us more about Josh Berry.
They just radioed the driver and told him it's going to be close, but you should catch them by the end of this race. You point out he's the fastest car now, so the 21 driver knows he's got the pace. That's just not just hyperbole. Neither is his last 4 weeks. 3 single-digit finishes in a row. Another one looking good today.
All right, first piece of traffic taken care of by Ryan Blaney.
So Blaney gets around the number 51 Chevrolet pretty easily. And now Blaney going to try to get around these other lap cars as well. Austin Dillon, pretty easy work there. He goes down another lap. And now we see here John Hunter Nemechek's going to go down another lap as well. So Ryan Blaney able to get around those 3 lap cars pretty easily. So we'll see now what that means for Bubba Wallace. Wallace did close that gap a little bit, but Blaney's starting to drive away again from the number 23 Toyota. So for Bubba Wallace, that's got to be very frustrating with now 22 laps to go. Josh Berry, though, in 3rd place is clearly the fastest car on the racetrack, but does he have enough time to get the win? Thank you, everybody, hanging out here on Tim Reynolds Show. Make sure you please hit that like button and subscribe to one of the most electrifying sports entertainment channels on YouTube today. It's Tim Reynolds Show. Now let's go.
He cannot waste any time. Now, Blaney's going to catch other traffic. But there, if you look at the map, his crew chief wasn't lying to him.
I think it comes down to Bubba Wallace. I'm not concerned about the lap traffic. I'm concerned about Blaney or Bubba Wallace holding Berry up. If he holds him up for 4 or 5 laps, that I think will be the real sticking point for Josh Berry.
So Bubba Wallace trying to work around traffic now as well, as the driver to the number 23 Toyota sees Josh Berry in his rearview mirror, and Berry trying to do everything he can to get up to the leader.
He's got a big enough lead, but you see how much he's cut into the lead just in a few laps.
Robert, I agree with you, man. Other Robert Grice says, "Go Wood Brothers."
Hit a pit stop, I believe. The whole field would come down. I think it'd be a huge gamble to stay out on these older tires. Pace is slowed down over a second.
Berry's catching Wallace. It's down to 1.4 seconds between those two.
So Bubba Wallace is starting to fall backwards here. And Josh Berry getting close to that back bumper. But now with 19 laps to go, guys, I just don't know if there is enough left for Josh Berry to be able to get in battle for the lead here.
And not lose too much time to Bubba Wallace to give himself a chance. He's 3.5 seconds behind race leader Blaney.
Yeah, Ty, you make a big point there for Briscoe. Unfortunately for him, his crew chief decided to try to take 2 tires, and
Blaney's
that
done
backfired
an
on him
incredible
now.
job of just ripping right through traffic.
So
Just
Ryan
has
Blaney
timed it
once
right,
again
Steve. Hasn't got
gets
himself
around traffic pretty
in a jam
easily
where he
here.
lost a lot of lap time. He made a pass there and ran.
But Josh Berry not having too much trouble with traffic either. And you would have thought Bubba Wallace would have caught up to Ryan Blaney by now, but it looks like the 23 is starting to fall off here. He's actually falling further back from the leader than he would like to be.
Bounce back with an aggressive 2-tire call to give his driver track position. There's the William Byron car. Remember, he started on the front row just a couple restarts ago, lost that left rear tire. And look, let's balance it out here. You're giving the crew chief credit. With Jeff standing here, let's give the driver credit. He had to control his temperament when things didn't go well. Very much. And he dropped to 14th place. He didn't lose his mind. He didn't lose composure. Methodically worked his way back up through the field. Still boasts a 1.8-second lead over Bubba Wallace.
So Ryan Blaney now easily gets around the number 24 Chevrolet of William Byron, the 2023 Cup Series champion, 32 years old with 19 career wins, 2 this season, 9 top 10 finishes in the last 12 races, and 5 top 10 finishes in 13 New Hampshire starts. He also won the race last year in 2025. And now Ryan Blaney looking to make it back-to-back wins here at New Hampshire Motor Speedway, as the driver from High Point, North Carolina, has the lead here now with 15 laps to go here in this one. And Bubba Wallace now falling almost 2 seconds behind the leader. Josh Berry, though, getting in within 3 seconds of the leader, which means he's getting close to the back bumper of Bubba Wallace here.
It'll also take a lot of pressure off the what-ifs. You know, we look at numbers and say, oh, that will never happen. I can tell you as a competitor, you don't start counting points until somebody says you're official, and I don't believe he'll be locked. Currently, as we're riding around, he'll be at plus 72, which isn't a mathematical certainty, but barring something major in the first stage, he could lock in very early at Daytona. And at 72 points, I think he'd have to figure he just goes down there and does what he does in the speedways. Even if he gets caught up in a wreck, it would have to be a miraculous run by both Preet, SVG, and Cindric to eliminate him. 3 guys would have to run amazing.
Well, this is a miraculous run from Josh Berry. Look at him here. Right alongside Ty Dillon. Clears Ty, and he's now just 1 second behind Bubba Wallace. There's 21 Wood Brothers.
So Josh Berry getting very close now to Ryan Blaney. And even Bubba Wallace now starting to get close to the number 12 Ford Mustang as well. But Josh Berry has the fastest car clearly here in the number 21 Ford Mustang for the Wood Brothers. But does he have enough laps to go to be able to get to the leader, Ryan Blaney, in this one? I'm not sure, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, guys, next Saturday night, we will be live here on Tim Reynolds Show for the live play-by-play for the 2026 NASCAR Cup Series race at Daytona International Speedway. So 12 laps to go here for the number 12 Ford Mustang. Ryan Blaney continues to lead.
Wants to just take it easy around these cars, but he really can't. He just, Bubba Wallace is close enough. 1.3 seconds back to where Blaney has got to make this. He's got to get by.
Jeff, that's the closest gap we've seen.
Yes,
that is the closest.
And as he's caught these 2 cars, he's lost a lot of pace.
Oh, another big chunk. 0.3 of a second. Back-to-back laps. Over half a second taken up by Wallace at 2 laps.
If you didn't hear the radio, Blaney said, help me get these guys out of the way.
Ryan Blaney battling here, and there goes Chase Briscoe, who has fallen all the way back here, now going down a lap to the leader. Talk about a far drop-off for the number 19 Toyota team. And it takes Blaney a little while to get around those lap vehicles here.
Is it doable for Bubba Wallace? Let's not discount Josh Berry either. Berry's 1.8 seconds behind Blaney. There he is, bottom of the screen.
So Bubba Wallace now closes that gap to 1 second here to the leader, Ryan Blaney. 10 laps to go, and we may have a race on our hands here, folks.
Probably 3 laps before he gets to this traffic. Maybe 2.
And look at that. Robert already calling it here, saying, hey, Ryan Blaney's pit crew better get that butter melted. We eating lobster tonight.
Good clearance of Briscoe by
So
Berry.
9 laps to go. This is getting intense here, folks.
This man here, Bubba Wallace.
Barry's got the best car. He just has to have a little bit of help.
So Bubba Wallace now needs to get around the 33 Chevrolet quicker than Blaney did. 8 laps to go now. Bubba Wallace within a second of the leader now. Josh Berry within 1.5 seconds of the leader, and he's battling to get to the back bumper of Bubba Wallace here. Berry trying his damnedest to get up towards the front here. He is the fastest car on the racetrack. Ryan Blaney trying to be a smooth operator, looking to be a smooth operator. And there we go, 7 laps to go now, folks. 7 laps to go, but there's a lot of traffic ahead of Ryan Blaney here. Yikes!
4 cars for the leader to negotiate with Bubba Wallace just zeroing in on him.
Allmendinger's the last car on the lead lap.
It'll be under a half a second. Under a half a second this time by. If Bubba can pick up.
Ooh, guys, Bubba Wallace is getting there. Holy crap, and this could open up an opening for Josh Berry as well. Ooh, this is getting good.
1, 2, 3.
6 laps to go now.
This is as close.
Ryan Blaney trying to get around the number 16 of A.J. Allmendinger, but here comes Bubba Wallace closing the gap here on the backstretch. Woo-wee! 6 laps to go. We're going to have 5 laps to go now as we come out of turn number 4. Woo! There's Bubba Wallace. He can see Ryan Blaney right in front of him. Oh my gosh, Bubba getting right there with 5 laps to go. Woo! Oh, this is looking good. This is looking good. And Blaney gets a little loose. Bubba Wallace overshoots the corner. Bubba, oh my goodness, the mistake he could ill afford to make, he makes here, overdriving the corner. Wow.
Earlier, the extra horsepower allowed him to turn it down the hill.
But wait a minute, guys, because Blaney got loose, Bubba Wallace has still got a chance here. Ooh, this is crazy.
Composure, decision making, being displayed at its highest level.
It's still not over. There's still traffic he's got to get through.
So 3 laps to go here, guys. Ryan Blaney trying to get through this lap traffic, and Blaney gets a little loose there, coming out of turn number 4. And now Bubba Wallace trying to close the gap here. A great run there by Bubba. And the 23 Toyota closes the gap now with 2 laps to go.
To defend his win of a year ago. What a comeback from 14th place. A hiccup on pit road. This most recent stop, a 2-tire call versus...
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, as we see Ryan Blaney, the driver of the number 12 Ford Mustang, battling with the number 23 Toyota Bubba Wallace as they come into turn number 3 and look to exit out of turn number 4. The white flag is out for the 2026 NASCAR Cup Series race at New Hampshire Motor Speedway. So now heading into turn number 1, Ryan Blaney trying to stay a smooth operator, but Bubba Wallace is trying to overdrive the corner to somehow get that number 23 Toyota to battle for the lead as they come down the backstretch and head into turn number 3. Ryan Blaney looks to hold on, bouncing back from a horrible pit crew mistake to get 2 tires on the last pit stop to get the lead. And now coming out of turn number 4, your winner is Ryan Blaney in the number 12 Ford Mustang 14 Penske as he takes that number 12 to victory lane here at New Hampshire Motor Speedway. Back-to-back wins at New New Hampshire Motor Speedway for Ryan Blaney, who won this race last year, but a big bounce back for the number 12 Ford Mustang team after Team Penske, unfortunately the pit crew for Ryan Blaney put him back at 14th place, but then a two-tire stop on the last pit stop here would give Ryan Blaney the lead, and now your winner here for the 2026 NASCAR Cup Series race at New Hampshire Motor Speedway in the Dollar Tree 301, it's Ryan Blaney in the number 12 Ford Mustang for Team Penske. Congratulations for Ryan Blaney getting his third win of the season and his second win in the last 6 races here in the 2026 NASCAR Cup Series season. As we go over the rest of the top 10 here on Tim Reynolds Show, thank you guys for hanging out here with my live play-by-play for the 2026 NASCAR Cup Series race at New Hampshire Motor Speedway. Bubba Wallace ends up finishing second here in the number 23 Toyota for 2311 Racing. Josh Berry, he was the fastest car near the end of this race, but unfortunately for him, he gets a third place finish, his 4th straight top 10 finish here in the number 21 Ford Mustang. Christopher Bell ends up finishing 4th here in the number 20 Toyota for Joe Gibbs Racing, and Kyle Larson in the number 5 Chevrolet ends up finishing 5th. We see Ty Gibbs with a 6th place finish here in the number 54 Toyota. Denny Hamlin, who bounced back from getting into a little incident earlier on that forced him to the back of the pack, he ends up finishing 7th here in the number 11 Toyota and is really one step closer to securing a spot for that regular season championship. Tyler Reddick bounces back as well, finishing 8th here in the number 45 Toyota. Ryan Preece ends up finishing 9th here in the number 60 Ford Mustang, and Noah Grayson rounds out the top 10 here in the number 4 Ford Mustang here for the 2026 NASCAR Cup Series race at New Hampshire Motor Speedway. Congratulations to Ryan Blaney here, folks. What a finish here in this one. This one was exciting all the way to the very, very end. Appreciate you guys hanging out here on Tim Reynolds Show. This has been an exciting play-by-play here for this one. And man, as we see Ryan Blaney tear the house down with a huge burnout here right across the green and white checkered line there for the Dollar Tree 301 at New Hampshire Motor Speedway. Wow, what a finish here, guys, in this one. Damn. Burning the house down. All right, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. What an incredible live play-by-play live stream this was here on Tim Reynolds Show. Man, congratulations to Ryan Blaney, his 3rd win of the season, a big bounce-back win for him and his team after that terrible pit stop that they had earlier in the race.
Yeah, Ryan Blaney going back-to-back at New Hampshire to get his 3rd win.
Miles, appreciate everybody. Woo, that was too close, right? Very crazy finish here, guys. And a big standing ovation for Ryan Blaney, who wins here again in the number 12 Ford Mustang for Team Penske, getting that car to victory lane here, back-to-back years at New Hampshire Motor Speedway.
By your crew chief, Jonathan Hassler, to take 2 tires, but you were the only driver that was able to hang on with 2. How did you do that, especially with how precise you had to be through that lap traffic there at the end?
Yeah, that made it difficult, but no, it was a good call after our issue on pit road. You know, we did 2 at the end to try to hopefully get the lead, and we did. And,
so 20th career win here for Ryan Blaney. Led 115 laps here today.
4 tire guys would probably pressure me eventually, and Bubba kind of came on pretty hard there and just tried to manage the lap traffic while also trying to manage tire and just not make a mistake. But what a cool race. What a fun day starting in the rain, and ended up being a beautiful day. Everybody who came out, I really appreciate it. Thanks for sticking with us, and hope you enjoyed a good race.
1 race to go until the chase starts. You're solidly 2nd in the standings. What does a win now do, just turning up the wick this close to the chase run?
Well, you always want to continue momentum. You know, Team Penske's been on a heck of a tear the last couple months. So props to everybody at Team Penske who's keeping their head down, working hard. Thank you, Menards, Dutch Boy, Ford Racing, Discount Tire, Body Armor, Dex Imaging, the Worth Group, Advanced Auto Parts, everything for what they do. It's cool to win here 2 in a row. I look forward to getting another lobster.
I was going to say, what are you going to do with the 2nd lobster?
Hang it right up to next to the first one.
Congrats.
Thanks.
Ryan Blaney, a winner here at New Hampshire.
As he climbs the honor roll in NASCAR Cup Series history, that's his 20th career win.
Congratulations, Ryan Blaney. What a finish, guys. And thank you, everybody, for hanging out here on Tim Reynolds Show for this live play-by-play and reaction for the 2026 NASCAR Cup Series race here at New Hampshire Motor Speedway. Ryan Blaney gets his 3rd win of the season, and next week, ladies and gentlemen, we head to Daytona International Speedway for what should be another electrifying race. This one will end the regular season for the 2026 NASCAR Cup Series drivers, and I cannot wait to see who will make the chase. Remember, only the top 16 drivers will qualify for the chase for the 2026 NASCAR Cup Series Championship. And don't forget to check out my live play-by-play next week on Saturday night as we go night racing in the NASCAR Cup Series at Daytona International Speedway. Appreciate all you guys with the love and support here on Tim Reynolds Show. I can't do it without you guys. God bless every single one of you guys for joining us here on this beautiful Sunday race day here for the 2026 NASCAR Cup Series here on one of the most electrifying sports entertainment channels on YouTube today. This is Tim Reynolds Show. Now let's go. Peace out, everybody, guys. Hope you enjoyed the race. Tim, are you and Mrs. R interested in going to the NASCAR Hall of Fame? Robert, absolutely we would be interested in that. Hopefully we'll get a chance to do that here sometime soon. That would be really badass and awesome to get to do, and I want to just thank you guys so much, man, for hanging out here. We had a little rain delay to start this one, but it ended up being pretty dang cool of a race here. Ryan Blaney getting the victory, back-to-back wins here at New Hampshire Motor Speedway. A beautiful racetrack, by the way, man. NASCAR needs to have some more races here, and this was a very, very competitive race. Even with the mistake early on by the Ryan Blaney pit crew, he's able to overcome that with a late 2-tire stop, and he gets the win here for Team Penske. Congratulations to him. And all right, guys, we've got to get out of here. Hope you guys are doing well. And thank you once again, guys, for hanging out here for this live play-by-play and reaction for the 2026 NASCAR Cup Series race here. And oh, breaking news, ladies and gentlemen, we now see Kyle Larson, Joey Logano, Chris Buescher, Carson Osavar, William Byron, and Daniel Suarez have all clinched spots for the chase for the 2026 NASCAR Cup Series Championship. Big breaking news here for the NASCAR Cup Series on Tim Reynolds Show, which means Bubba Wallace, Austin Cindric, and SVG are the last 3 drivers yet to qualify for the chase for the Cup Series Championship, which means Ryan Preece and Brad Keselowski are just outside of the top 16, looking to somehow clinch their spot here in this one.
That's the thing I kind of hate about this place. The last time we ran good, this is one of the worst driving cars, and we finished 3rd. The worst driving car I've had this year, and we finished 2nd. So it's just been saying it all week long. Like,
a great finish here by Bubba Wallace, man, as they're interviewing him here.
Which is hard to do as a race car driver. Searching for that right front, it's never really there. But we fought, man. I had a nice day, just by myself, regrouping, and got the head right, and just knew I had to fight all day, and that's what it takes. And where it starts is with these people on this 23 team. Man, they push me to be the absolute best, and I fail on them a lot, but they stick behind me, and it's super cool. So I appreciate that. Appreciate Sincora being on our Toyota Camry. Excited to get home and see Amanda, Bex, and Cameron, and go have some fun in Daytona.
Jason, your friend there at the end, he's clearly got he's got a lot of traffic in front of him too, but that lockup at the end with a few laps to go, Bubba, did that seal it?
It did. I picked up a big vibration on the left front, and that was kind of it. So didn't need to make our great day go to crap, and just salvage what we had.
So a tough day, but still finishing second is Bubba Wallace here in this one. Absolutely amazing, man. Bubba Wallace, one of the toughest drivers on himself when it comes to his performance and what he's able to do in that number 23 Toyota. But thank you guys so much for hanging out here on Tim Reynolds Show. Make sure you please hit that like button and subscribe to Tim Reynolds Show. Remember, guys, only 3 spots are left now in the chase for the NASCAR Cup Series Championship here as we head to Daytona International Speedway next Saturday night. Make sure you guys come hang out here on Tim Reynolds Show for all of the live play-by-play and race broadcast action right here with your commentary live on Tim Reynolds Show, one of the most electrifying sports entertainment channels on YouTube today. It's Tim Reynolds Show. Now let's go. Peace out, everybody. Thank you once again. I want to give a shout out to all of our members here that joined us on Tim Reynolds Show, and also want to give a big shout out to Robert and Ghost, who gave us a lot of super chats here today to help support the channel. Big shout out. We got Miles, who's been in here since the beginning. Ty, the sports guy, what's up, man? Jeffrey as well. Big shout out to you. Also, Robert Grice 7663. Shout out to you, man, with a lot of your questions, hanging out with us all day long. Also, big shout out to Mrs. Reynolds joining us here today as well in the chat, along with Echoes. Also joining us back here in this one as well. Big shout out to Ghost Honor, one of our moderators and members here on Tim Reynolds Show as well. And I know there's somebody else I'm missing here. I think his name's also Echoes too. And where is he at? Where is he at? Yep, so Echo 556. What's up, man? Big shout out to you as well. And guys, first Wood Brothers Racing driver to have 4 straight top 10 finishes since 1994. Josh Berry with a great finish here at the NASCAR Cup Series New Hampshire Motor Speedway. And he's had 4 straight top 10 finishes now. Congratulations to Josh Berry, and looks like he may have a chance to get on a new racing team heading into next year. We'll see what happens.
Well, I don't know if he knows this or not, but I was driving my ass off every lap, so he didn't get much more out of me. Maybe he made me overdrive it a couple times, but yeah, I don't know. I did everything I could for sure. I was a little rougher than I wanted to be today, but you know, it just comes down to, I mean, everybody knows the situation that I'm in right now, and all these guys I'm racing with right now have a lot of respect for me, and I think they understand the situation that I'm in, and yeah, I mean, just it's time to go, and you know, don't always, you know, if you do it long enough, it comes back around. But I think, you know, in this scenario, they'll understand.
Christopher Bell with a 4th place finish for his 4th straight top 10. Interesting day. Started on wet weather tires, had to transition to dry. What was your big takeaway from this race?
Yeah, I mean, it was another strong performance by our 20 team. Ultimately, we didn't have enough to compete with the front runners, but you know, to get out of here with a top 5 finish is, you know, it was a really good day, good solid day. We had the mishap on pit road, and then the team was able to persevere and get back to the, you know, finish about where we should have.
So Christopher Bell really, ends up with a top 5 finish here in the number 20 Toyota.
Place day, just lacking a little bit right now.
I was going to mention the contact with crew member Blake Houston. For you as a driver, that also is jarring. How do you keep your head in the game when an incident like that happens?
Yeah, it was certainly tough. You know, my key or my signal to go is the jack dropping. Well, on a 2-tire stop, they're supposed to be gone across the front of the car. And then whenever the jack dropped, I saw he was still there, and then I saw him kind of flopping around in my rearview camera, and I'm like, I didn't feel my car jump up in the air, so I knew I didn't run him over, but I hope he didn't get, you know, his fingers stuck in the wheel or anything. Yeah, it's
very dangerous
there.
It's
very eye-opening that these guys jumping across pit wall are, you know, they're risking it, and I'm super grateful for all of the pit crew members, specifically my team. They do a really good job, and I'm glad Blake's okay.
Despite the incident, a top 5 finish for the 20 team.
Yeah, I want to echo what Christopher Bell said. Glad to see that Blake Houston is okay, former college baseball player, and he immediately waved off everyone. But Jeff, you kind of take that onus on you as a driver when something like that happens, but you have to move forward from it as well.
Well, I think what happens too is everybody's like, hey, you can see the guy over there. Like, why do you go? But the truth of the matter is you're just going off your cue, and your cue is Jack falls. You know, you go. What you're doing is you're looking out front. You're checking your mirror, make sure you're clear leaving. You're seeing what's in front of you, you're really not paying attention to what the guys are doing on the right side of the car. So what looks simple from the outside is not as simple inside that car.
Talking to our Dustin Long.
Good
from
breakdown
USA
here,
Sports.
guys,
So
after
we'll
this
also
race.
wanna
And
get
there
back to-
you see the giant lobster by Ryan Blaney as they hold it up in the air here.
Ostraconophobia going on with
What's that?
Ryan
What's that word?
Ostraconophobia.
That is fear of lobster.
Fear of shellfish.
Shellfish, okay.
Well, and Denny Hamlin have that. So that's the trophy here. In
Pass it around the big lobster trophy here. That is freaking awesome, man.
He slid long in his stall.
Wow.
On that last stop. Good stuff from Dave to kind of understand what happened there. What else does Josh Berry need to do to get a gig, Jeff? That's kind of what I'm wondering. I know there may be no place to go, but what else does the man need to do?
Well, it's not always about, it's really in every sport, it's not always about, do I have the talent? Is there a spot for me? And there's less opportunities in this sport that I'm aware of. So the biggest problem with Josh Berry is I think throughout the industry, everybody knows Josh Berry has talent. Where can he go at this point? You know, he's over the last month, he's shown what he can do. He's confirmed, rather, what he can do. But it's so late in the year, so many decisions have already been made. Maybe too late. I don't know. I obviously hope there's a place where...
All right, so hoping Josh Berry lands a new ride next year after being so good over the last month here, finishing inside the top 10 in the single digits, 4 straight races for the driver of the number 21 Ford Mustang. So congratulations to him. And congratulations to everybody hanging out here on Tim Reynolds Show. Don't forget to please hit that like button and subscribe to and check out all of my content here on Tim Reynolds Show, this sports entertainment YouTube channel. Thank you guys so much from the bottom of my heart. God bless you guys. We're going to get out of here. Peace out, everybody, and hope you enjoy the rest of your Sunday night.